Hello everyone! Today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. Some of you might have watched my videos on tutorials, but there's also the tips on how to survive the long dark, including the one about Interloper and how to better succeed in that playstyle and that difficulty. Today we're going to do something a bit different. I'm going to do a Interloper from scratch, and I'm going to explain everything as I go along to give you a walkthrough of how to survive from day one. Now I'm doing this off stream, just so there's less distractions and less chat, and it will be mostly unedited, but I will cut some dead outs here and there, and I will narrate what I'm doing at all times. So why don't we do that? We'll start a new run, and you can see how to survive an Interloper run from right away. And I'm going to be doing some things that I normally don't do myself, but just for you to get a feel for how it's like to start a new run. So the first thing we need to do is to start a new run, and we're going to do Interloper. Now the first thing about this is that on Interloper you don't choose your starting region, so you need to really know the maps before you play Interloper. If you decide to go blind and you don't really know the maps, you are going to have quite a hard time, because you're going to get lost. You don't really know where the resources are, you don't know where the locations are. It's going to be quite difficult. But of course, if you want that experience, you can go for it. In my experience, most people die within the first 10 days, but you learn, so you can do it if you want. But I do recommend you try out the maps on lower difficulties first, or some sort of custom experience before doing Interloper. But you don't have to, of course. But one note though, even though you do spawn random, you will not spawn in Bleak Inlet. I've heard some people say that they're a bit worried that they would spawn in Bleak Inlet. But you don't spawn in Bleak Inlet on Interloper. It's just one of those blocked regions. You don't actually spawn there at all. Unless you choose it in a custom setting. Probably because they thought it would be too hard to spawn there right away. Although, As the Dead Sleep is in Bleak Inlet, so... Okay, so let's get going. Now this is the most important decision in the game, female or male. Most people prefer Astrid rather than Will, so I guess we'll go with that. And now this is the big discussion: which feats should you have? So on Interloper you only have 2 feats. Which ones do you want? Well, there is no right or wrong answer, but I'll give you the ones that I think you should have. Not Dark Walker. So the ones that people tend to go for is, people tend to go for this one, and then maybe this one or this one. Book Smarts, Cold Fusion, and Efficient Machine. I'll tell you what I go for. So I think the most important one is this one, the Snow Walker, which is that your stamina bar recharges 20% faster. Now the reason you want this is because it effectively means that you can run 20% more. And in the early game, you want that, because in the early game, you will be cold all the time. You don't have enough gear to stay warm, and you're going to run from place to place quite often to take as little damage as possible. So being able to recharge your stamina faster will allow you more mobility. In the late game, this doesn't really matter that much. So in that sense, it's not that great, but for surviving early, it's one of the best ones. Now, a lot of people also go for Fire Master, which allows you to start with level 3 fire starting skill, and you don't need Tinder, which is great, but you don't need this at all. If you know how to start fires using a torch, which I will show you, you don't need this at all. It's very easy to survive without this. So the question is really which other one you can do. This one is okay, it does go well with Snow Walker, but you don't really need it. You're not going to be sprinting that much. If you like snaring rabbits, you can go for that, but I don't see the point of that. The 2 best ones now is really Efficient Machine or Cold Fusion. Efficient Machine, if you have played Interloper before and you struggled a bit, you tend to struggle with food, you tend to struggle to find food and survive, then you should probably go for Efficient Machine. However, if you feel like you got the food part down, but you're struggling with, general gameplay and survivability, then you don't need this as much, because once you get the bow especially, you're going to be hunting a lot of meat, so it doesn't really matter at that point whether you consume less calories or not. So I think the best one is cold fusion. The reason for this is that you get 2 degrees bonus. That doesn't sound like a lot, and on lower difficulties you don't need it at all. It won't make any difference at all on lower difficulties. But in Interloper it will make a difference, because depending on the loot you find early game, it could make the difference between you being cold or warm when you enter a cave, for example, depending on your spawn. The other thing is that it might also have an effect late game. On Interloper, the world will get colder and colder every day until day 50, when it starts plateauing. And once you get to day 50, you will almost always be cold. However, in the afternoon you can be warm if you have enough good clothing. If you have double bear coat, for example, and cold fusion, you are likely to be warm. But with cold fusion you can also be warm with wolf coats and carrying a torch, for example. So this gives, the 2 degrees doesn't sound a lot, but it gives a lot of different benefits. So I'm going to go for that one. You can go with book smarts to level up faster, but this is really not that essential, but you can if you want. On my main run I have this. The other ones are okay, but in my opinion the 2 best ones are these 2, Snowwalker and Cold Fusion, so I will go for those. Okay, tutorial run. Okay, so let's jump right in and let's see where we end up. So some of you are watching because you want to attempt Interloper and you'd like to have some help on how to get started. Then there are some of you who probably have played Interloper and you would like to get better, and I welcome both of you. And of course I'm guessing there's some of you who tuned into this and you just want to fall asleep listening to my voice, and that's fine too. Whatever works for you. And I hope you can hear me okay. There's a bit of a fan noise in the background, but should be right. Okay, so the first thing is, where do we spawn? That's the first thing. So we'll get our quote. You can skip it right away if you want, or you can read it, If you have any quotes, you can send them to Interland. They always ask for more quotes. Okay, I already know exactly where we are, I believe. So I'm going to pause the game right here. Okay, so once I have control. Okay. So before I continue, let me ask you, now this was a bit of a lucky spawn because it's a fairly clear day. So it's easier, but let me give you a moment. Where those of you watching who are a bit newer to this, where do you think we are? I'm going to give you a few seconds to think about it, and then I'll give you the answer. I think. Okay, so if you didn't know, I'm fairly sure we are in Desolation Point. I believe we are on the western part near Katie's secluded corner. Could be wrong, I only had this image to go from, but I believe that's the case. I don't think we're in Coastal Highway, and we're not in Bleak Inlet, so it really is just Desolation Point left anyway. So this should be Desolation Point on the west. So if you don't recognize it, you can right away click the map button, and you will see it says Desolation Point. You don't have it on a map, you have to sort it out yourself, but you can tell what region you're in. So we are, I believe, yes, we are exactly where I thought. We are on the west side. Now from here, if this is your first time, you might want to go up to the lighthouse, which you can see right there. But because we are up here anyway, we're going to go up here and loot Katie's secluded corner. This is a little area that you might not even know about. A lot of players don't know about this area, but it's here. And you can see the lighthouse over there, the Rikens over there. This is quite a good spawn actually, for a good reason. But let's loot up here first. And get some sticks while we're at it. Katie's secluded corner. You can try and hunt these rabbits if you want, but I wouldn't necessarily do that. Okay, so we could harvest this, but there's no point. because we don't have a matches yet. I only went up here really to pick this stuff up. There's usually always something here. And then some wood. We might come back for this there, maybe. Let's get some sticks. Now you could hunt these rabbits right away and grab them for cooking and also the pelts. But there is a little risk to doing that, and the risk is that you will attract wolves. So when I play a new Interloper run, I very often do this. I will hunt rabbits from day one, and I'll carry the guts with me. But and then I make the rabbit hands very quickly. But that's very risky to do. Only do that if you're very confident. Now, where are the wolves in Desolation Point? Well, there's possibly a wolf on the other side of these rocks here. There can be 2 wolves, sometimes more, patrolling the ice. There can be wolves near the Riken. There can be wolves by the Hibernia processing. And there can be one around the Stone Church. So Desolation Point's a small map, so you can find wolves pretty much everywhere, really. What we're going to do, we're going to head to the lighthouse. And let's keep an eye out for wolves. I don't see any wolves. You want to pick up some rocks, because you don't have any weapons, so you want to use the rocks to distract wolves. Oh, here they are. Okay, this is a little annoying, because I can't actually scare off the wolf. So we're going to have to circumvent the wolf. I might actually get him to hunt this deer that's up here. I just need to get close enough for that. Let's see if I can scare this deer off. Run that way. Is it? Didn't quite work. No, it did work, but he's in an awkward position. Okay, there's another wolf to my left. Okay, here the deer is. He can be a bait between us. As you can hear, the other wolf is around here somewhere. We're going to go down here. And now he's going for the deer. See, the deer died. We could actually go up there, but there's no point. We don't have the matches. If you can check these boats, because sometimes there's hidden loot. In this case, it worked out. We got dog food. Alright, see? So now we dodged the wolf. Just, if you don't have any weapons, try to just keep space between you and the wolf. And if you can, use the prey animals like deer and rabbits to your advantage. Try and get them between you and the wolf, because then they can take them down. You can even scare off the wolf after and harvest it for yourself. Okay. From here onwards, there should be no wolves. They can follow you across the bridge, but there's none on me at the moment, so I'm okay. If you get cornered with a wolf and you have no weapons and no torch, no nothing, your only defense is to scare it off with a stone. So what you do then is, if you aim at the wolf like this, the wolf will actually charge you. So that is dangerous. You have to hit him in the head. But what you can do is you can throw it normally like this, without aiming, just like this. And that will not trigger a charge with the wolf. And if you do that, you could hit him in the head and he will run off. Now sometimes up here, let's grab a couple more stones. Sometimes there is a corpse over here on this side, so let's just check. Nope, nothing today. But the lighthouse is a great place to loot, because the lighthouse is one of about 10 locations on Interloper that are guaranteed to have a stim. So on Interloper, the stims exist in predetermined locations. We found the vest, and I am at 0, so if I put this on, You see, now I'm actually warming up. So here's where cold fusion came handy because it's 0, well, it's positive, so it's like half a degree or something. Because of cold fusion, since I found that, I'm now actually warming up. So cold is actually not an issue anymore. Now in here there should be a stim. If you're lucky, you'll find matches, but it's not guaranteed. On this map, on Desolation Point, there is one guaranteed match spawn, and that's in Hibernia Processing. So we're going to go over there and find that. What time of day is it? Okay, it's almost night, so it would be good if we could make it over there before it's too dark. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit of a pain. So let's see if we can manage that. Alright, so let's get the stim. The stim should be here. Here it is.
Hope nobody needs this.
So we have that. We have soup. We have a cooking book. That's going to be handy. Because cooking is one... look under here. Always check under the beds. Because here's some crackers. There's also the hidden loot in this game. You just gotta look for it. Alright. Let's check here as well. Alright. Okay, we got some spray cans here. I almost never use these, but we'll take it with just in case. I do end up using it for something. One of these is going to be locked, maybe? No? Oh, that's lucky. We don't need the pry bar. Chips. Always check these windows. Check the windows always. There's sometimes food on there. And I always check up here. You don't really need to, but sometimes if you're lucky, you'll find a hat or some food here in the container. Nothing. I have once found a hat out here. Not today though. Okay. So then we're done with the lighthouse. So the goal now is to get to... Basically what you want to do is survive as long as you can and look for the hammer. You need the hammer and ideally a hacksaw as well, because then you can cut saplings that can cure while you're forging. We need the hammer to make arrowheads. That's the most important thing. You can survive on Interloper without weapons. I did it, but it's difficult. Now, you couldn't go back the way you came, but let's take a detour, sorry, shortcut rather. Just crouch going down here and you'll be fine. There's many different routes you can take. Doesn't matter, it's pretty safe, this one. It's not particularly steep. Easy. Alright, there we are. Okay, let's run. I'm going to check Matt's truck over here by the bridge, because sometimes there's a rope or other loot there. But yeah, the goal is to find the hammer as soon as you can so that you can forge. Forging the hatchet and the knife is important, but the most important thing is crafting the bow, and you need arrowheads for that. So you need to find a hacksaw to harvest saplings, and if you don't find a hacksaw, no, there is a rope. Okay, we'll take it. Let's see. If you don't find a hacksaw, you have to actually make the hatchet to then get the saplings, which will slow you down a bit. I'm just going to check to see if there is a deer carcass here. Yeah, there is, yeah. Let's grab some of these sticks. Sometimes there's a cattail here. I don't see any, but we want the feathers. You might actually consider not harvesting the carcasses. On early game, I always harvest carcasses for food if I can, because I want to survive. But later in the game, once you have the bow, then I usually leave the carcasses alone, because the carcasses act as feather farms, so you can just go back to them and get feathers whenever you want. Yeah, we want to find hammer, we want to find hacksaw, and we want to be able to forge. Now there's 3 forges in the game. One of them is right here, and we're going to check it. It's getting dark soon, but we should be okay. So we're going to loot in here. We can't forge though, because we don't have the hammer, and you won't find it here either. There's more feathers. From the corpse, it's probably up there. Yeah. You will never find a hammer by the forge, except there is a 1 in 4 chance that the forge in Broken Railroad has a hammer. That can happen. Okay, we can't really see that much, so this is a little bit awkward. If this happens to you and you don't really feel you know the way around, oh, T. Oh wow, that's a good find, hat. Let's put that on right away. Then you should come back later. Just leave this area and come back when you have light. But I can kind of see my way around, more or less. It's a little dark, but here's a corpse. Yeah. Let's just look around the corpse. There's a bandage there. Okay, that was it. And then there's some coal laying here. And near this, here we are. We're gonna take this. Whoops, we're gonna take this with. It's getting quite dark actually, but I think I should be able to loot this. You see, I'm still cold, but don't worry too much about the cold because you need to move around. You need to keep moving. Just don't do anything that requires passing time. There's a fishing book. I think there's a little something under here, probably. No. Below bed. Corpse, anything. Plastic container, here we go. Nothing in there. Here there's usually some food. Scrap metal will take that. Here often you'll find, it's hard to see, but sometimes there's food wedged in between these things. If you're having difficulty seeing, remember that the cursor, the little dot, will light up like this when you're near an item. So here is some sardines and here's some soup. So yeah, that's fine. Now we need to get to Hibernia to warm up and also get matches. Let's loot this corpse. Let's also check quickly up at oh, the bear is around, I think. I think I heard him. Is he? I think I could hear the bear. There's a, yeah, this is what I was looking for. The metal container. Nothing like that. Can you see? Is there? It sounded like the bear was around. But yeah, we need to get to Hibernia processing now. Really sounded like the bear was around, but I guess not. I think it was just ambience of the ship. The bear can go out basically from the bear cave to the Riken ship, so be careful. He can also roam around here. Okay, there's also sometimes you'll find dog food here. Crisps instead. Oh, that's beef jerky, my bad. And there's a container here. This loot people often forget about. Alright, there could be a wolf here, so let's get this out. Harvest any plants you see, especially early game. You want to get all the plants that you see. Not necessarily because they can come in handy, but because you need to cook them to level up your cooking. That will also help with warmth, because teas will make you warm. I hope I can see in here actually. If not, I hope to find a flare. Okay. They're actually warm in here, which is good. Oof, I can't really see here. I might come back and loot this later, because I can't really see anything. So we're going to loot the plant instead. Let's just make sure.
Goddamn freezing.
Okay, so there can be a wolf, and there's 2 lockers we need to check. One is locked. Right, we should warm up now, going inside. And here's the guaranteed match. There's guaranteed matches in here, so we'll find our fire source. They are usually on the left here. There they are, wood matches.
I can use this.
And we found some pork and beans, Summit soda. warming up. So one thing you might want to keep in mind, if you are doing well with food, you might want to wait to cook these things, the beans and the soup. You might want to wait to cook them until you find the can opener, because the can opener will allow you to preserve all the content inside. If you don't have a can opener, you'll have to smash it open, which will lose some of the food. So if you're struggling with food, try to save these until you find a can opener. But of course, if you're in a pinch, just cook them. Just eat them if you have to. You know, don't die. The most important thing is to not die by any means necessary. But if you can save them, then do so. Alright, so I can't see much. So we're gonna have to start a fire. So let's do that. You can go through these little cracks in the floor. Boom. And there should be a fire pit. Alright, so I got turned around a little bit there. Can't really see anything. Ah, there we are. There's the exit. So the fire pit should be right. I'm standing on it now, I think. Fire barrel, yeah. Okay, so the first fire you start requires matches, but the other ones don't because of the torch. So what we're going to do is first we need to make some tinder. So let's just do that. First, we're warming up, so don't worry about spending some time. I don't have a lot of tinder or wood, but that's okay. I'm mostly doing this to make water and get light and torches. Okay, so now we have some. So now we have 12 matches. We're likely going to manage to start a fire. Let's take the charcoal actually, just for the sake of it. So let's do that. It doesn't matter if you use the stick or whatever. Stick is the best because it's 60%, same as cedar firewood. If you find a book, that's great, but I'm not going to use these textbooks, although the frozen angler probably you could use it. So let's start with a fire. 60% chance, go.
Come on, little fire.
The highest fire chance is sticks and cedar wood. After that it's books. That's it. Okay, that didn't work, so we have to try again. As you can see, we wasted a match. When you fail, the match is spent. So yeah, but we have no choice. We have to try again. If you find a flare, you can use the flare, and that will, you know, continue burning until you manage the fire. But we don't have one, so we have to use matches. And we got it. Okay, so first thing, let's put on some wood. And what we want to do first, let's put on some of this. Let's make some water, because I don't think we have any water other than these drinks we found. And what we want to do is take some torches. Now this torch is quite bad, as you can see, it's low on condition. But this early in the game, we can't be too picky about it. So we're just going to grab a bunch of torches, whether they're good or bad. You want to have at least 3 torches on you at all times in the early game. But because it's a very early game, I'm actually going to have quite a few of them on me. So I'm going to grab quite a few. And then in the future, you don't actually need to use a match to start a fire. You can just light a torch and then use the torch to start the fire. Well, these are really bad. This is probably enough. Okay, so while this water is cooking, let's actually put on a couple more sticks. I'm going to look around. I always pick up these notes. They do nothing. Let's see. If we're lucky, we'll find a hacksaw here. Oh, flare, look at that.
This will come in handy.
Let's open this. The safes are very hit and miss. And the way I open the safes, by the way, is you just turn very quickly and keep an eye on where it is. That was 8, I think. Let's see, I think it was 8. That was 7, okay. Just turn it until you see it. Oh wow, this is an easy one. It is 7, and was it 4? It was 3. 7 and 3. Go. Yeah, that was an easy one. Now we got a vest. And gunpowder. Okay, this is actually handy in the early game. The gunpowder is really used to make bullets, which we won't be needing on Interloper. But it will be handy because it works as accelerant. So we're going to have a little look around. There should be some wood here. Some scrap metal, that's good. Let's have a look here. That's the wood I was thinking of. And there is a backpack over there. But I can't really reach it without breaking down the crates, and I'm not going to do that. Now, one thing here, this is actually a secret loot area that a lot of people don't know about. But you see here, this little cylinder here, you can actually go into this and up it. And up here, it looks like, oh, someone's been here. It's all eaten. There's nothing here except this book. But look, we found bedroll. What do you know? That is actually huge because we don't have the bare bedroll. And there's only about, I think there's 3 bedrolls. So we found one of the spawns. So now we can sleep in caves and stuff. Found painkillers. Now, when you go up here, actually, a lot of people that do know about this, they forget to look up. And if you look up, you'll see there's more loot. So we got some soup, we got a container. Yeah, how about that? Not so bad. Let's go back and check out this water. That's boiled dry, so let's make some more water. I don't have any more cans, like I haven't found anything, and if we harvest, if we open the cans that we have, you'll have to destroy them, because we don't have a can opener. Alright, let's see here. Alright, nothing there. There's usually nothing around here, but I still check. Now we could maybe go in Scruffy's cave, but it's a little bit risky, but I can check. Don't think it's worth it, to be honest. Scruffy is the Desolation Point wolf. Scruffy is in the cave that's to the east of here, but I don't think it's worth going there, to be honest. We can scare Scruffy off, but we already found the bedroll, so there's no point going there. Okay, after it's looking, 7 minutes to melt it. No hacksaw yet. Warming up though, let's have a look here. There's usually some loot here. There's a sewing book that could be handy. Sometimes there's stuff on here or under here. Doesn't look like it today. Here's this. And now we can look around here. We looted that, of course, yeah. But here we haven't looted. Hypothermia is cured. We're taking some cold damage, that's okay. Quite a lot of loot there, as you can see. With all of this stuff, most of it will have nothing, but you never know. So check all of it. Another book, we'll take that. In the early game, it's nice to take books, just to increase the chance of lighting a fire. We can take up a timber. Now we throw this on the ground, and we light the torch with a torch. So we can chain this. So you see we have continuous light. The torch also gives you a warmth bonus. I think it's 4 degrees or 3 degrees, I can never remember. But the torch is, and this is only costing us 1 match, you know. There's a corpse over here. He often has a full torch.
This stuff will come in handy.
There's another full torch somewhere else. I think it's in the dam. More peaches. Yes. That's pretty much all the loot in this area, this building rather. Let's go back down here. Sounds like this is boiling. 3 minutes, okay. We can do some inventory while we wait for this. First things first. Okay, so you also have to make a decision. which is, do you want to go, let's put another one of these, let's put these two on. Do you want to stay well fed or starve? So, if you are new to Interloper and you're really struggling with food, then you should do the starvation tactic. That means that you should not eat until you go to sleep. When you go to sleep, then you eat to make sure that you recover health when you sleep. The rest of the day, you go hungry. That way you can conserve food. You want to drink though, but not eat. However, if you know what you're doing and if you find enough food and you manage it well, you can be full from day one and start recovering health from day one. And that will give you the well-fed bonus on day 3, which means that on day 3 you can carry more stuff. And you have a bit more health as well.
That guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
So I'm going to go for the well-fed bonus from day 1. And you can see how I do that. One thing, I have a lot of food. So let's do some inventory management. So for one thing, did I find any more clothing? Yeah, I did. I found this. We're not going to harvest this yet. We don't have any repairs. This will probably not need, but I might carry it with me to the ravine. We got teas that I could maybe... We don't have much water. That's why I'm making more water. We got stim, we got 1 bandage. Do we have any extra cloth? No, we got 1 bandage though, that's enough. In case you get attacked by wolves. We got some timber, I think we can make some more timber. How's this looking? 7 minutes. So let's actually stay on top of food. So I'm gonna wait to open these, but I'm gonna eat these. As you can see, it drains my hydration. It's in good quality as well. And then instead of drinking the water, I'm going to drink these cans. Let's drink that. You don't need to do this. You can just do this when you go to bed. But we should be okay with food. And if not, then we'll switch tactics. Okay, that's done. I'm gonna, let's see, I'm gonna make 1 more of this. Do some more inventory management. We got 7 feathers, that's good. We got that. We don't really need these, but we're gonna carry it for now. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're doing okay. There's nothing really we need here, so we're gonna just wait for this. 15 minutes, that might be enough, but I'm gonna put this on anyway. How many torches do I have? Quite a few. Do like that. Take that, and then let's take a torch. Actually, not that one. Let's take a smaller one, just to reduce carrying. And we could just go to sleep right now, but I want to take advantage that I have a torch, and I want to go to the trailers over here. Let's just have a quick look. And shine a light on them. Yeah, it doesn't. We have a torch now, so we are pretty safe from wolves as well. Not the bear though, so if the bear is around, that's a whole nother issue. But I'm going to take advantage of the light and keep looting. I'm not going to go into Scruffy's cave, but I might go into the coal mine. And then check out the loot there. Here's some more soup. Yeah, this is looking good. We don't need that. Let's check out. We'll see if we go into that cave or not. I guess we could do it. Haven't checked the trail over there. Let's do that first. Yes, we'll do it this way. That's not a wolf, that's ambience. We have the bedroll now, so it's a bit easy to sleep. If I didn't have the bedroll, what I would do is I would sleep here. I would go in here, loot this trailer, and then sleep in it. We might as well just use the big torch. It's going to be like that. So look around, check under things, just in case. Whetstone, we don't need that now, we might need it later. Check inside crates. Behind things. Under things. In crates, look around, don't see anything here. There can be things behind, things you can break down as well. Okay. We still have some energy, so we're going to go into the cave, provided that, or the mines, right, rather, provided that the bear isn't in our way. If the bear is in our way, then we can't do it. Because you want to keep moving, but what you want to do is you want to go from bed to bed. Now I found the bedroll, so for me it's easier now. I can sleep in the caves if I want to. But if you don't have the bedroll and got this spawn, what you would do now is to sleep in the trailers or sleep in the plant. Until you get the bedroll, you want to go from bed to bed to bed. In fact, it's a little unfortunate that I found the bedroll, because that means I'm more flexible the way I can sleep. It would have been better if I could make it a bit harder so you can see it better. But that's how it is. Oh, we're very lucky. There's matches here. So more matches. Oh, wolf. I thought I heard some footsteps, so I was wondering if there was a wolf around here. Tablet's running back. Oh. Oh, there is it. We found the bear. He is actually in the way. But he can't reach us. Yeah, he's running away now. Yeah, he's running away. Okay. So that was a bit of a weird encounter. But the bear, as you can see, he does roam here, so you have to be careful. Because he can just ambush you suddenly, like what happened right there. And when that happens, just take cover. You can stop the bear with a torch if you're lucky, but it's not something I would rely on. Just get the cover, get inside, get into the car, get into the house, wherever you can. Now the wolves, you can stop, like I just did there. The wolves are very easy to stop. Wolves are afraid of torches. So what they will do is, they will aggro you, but they will charge you, but then stop the charge. They'll stop right in front of you, like you saw it did with me, and then it will stand there, and it stands there for about 5 seconds. And if you then aim at the wolf with any kind of weapon, the wolf will run away. Another hat, that's nice. So if you imagine that a wolf is in front of me, you just drop the torch by selecting a weapon. So that's 2 on your keypad if you're playing PC, like this. And then you just aim at it, and it will always run away. If you're playing on a different, console, or you don't know the buttons, you can go in the radial menu instead. Wait for it to charge you, and then it will stop, and you just go on here. Oh, sorry. And it will drop it, and then you aim, and it will run away. Alternatively, if it does charge you and stop, you can also throw the torch at the wolf. And both of those work. They will always run away. So that's why, as long as you have fire, Wolves are not so much of an issue. Now we're going in here because we want coal. Coal is good for forging, of course, but right now it's just about staying warm and having fuel. So it's just a resource for us right now. It's heavy, but it's valuable. And I found a lot of it. I'm heavy right now, well, that's okay. Oh, that popped into existence. Another book, Shooting Guide, which we will not be needing because it's firearm, but we could use it as just start a fire. Okay, we're at the end of this. Now we should go to Stone Church. Stone Church is to our left now. So we'll go up here. We don't need to go to Stone Church, but you should take advantage of weather when you have it. There's a mushroom, you should get that, especially because I don't have antibiotics yet. So, if you have nice weather to begin with and it's not too cold, you should take advantage of that. Use it to your advantage. Use the opportunity to move. You know. There should be some plants around here as well. And I don't have antiseptic, so that means I would like to get some lichen in case I do get attacked by wolves. Now the best is to plan to not get attacked by wolves. But what if you do get attacked? Well then, you know, it's best to be prepared. Hope for the best. Plan for the worst. Need 3 of these. I'm going to take another one because I want to have 2 of them. So I need to find another 2. Gonna go in this way. There's more rabbits. You can use this shield if necessary. I'm unfortunate. Let's change torch. And here is a first aid kit. And there's a fire barrel here that sometimes has some stuff in it. Oh, that's lucky. More matches. Pretty lucky. There's about... how many are there? So, hold on. Let's actually go... what we're going to do, we're going to go to the lighthouse. I'm going to more or less pretend that I didn't find the bedroll. And we're going to go to the lighthouse. Oh shit, it's getting windy. This torch might blow out. If it does, it's a little bit of an issue. We'll just have to see. We know that there's 2 wolves in this area because we got aggroed by one earlier. Yeah, we're gonna go back to the lighthouse. I could go back into the mine and sleep there, but just to make it, here's a wolf. So see, now I can do one of 2 things. I can throw a rock, or I can throw it at him. So he's going to charge, then he'll stop, and you can just throw this at him, and he runs away. Only issue there is that because it's quite windy, as you can see, it is possible that the wind will get stronger and stronger, and it will blow out your torch, and then you get attacked by a wolf. That could happen. Very unlucky, but it can happen. If that happens, if you have a flare, you can use the flare instead. The flare is windproof, so you can use the flare. But yeah, I'm going to more or less pretend that I didn't have the bedroll for now. So I will go to Lighthouse because that has a bed. There's no bed in the mine, so the closest bed is really here or the Riken. The reason I want to go to the Lighthouse is because when we wake up, I want to go to Katie's secluded corner again and harvest the deer. But then we can get some meat off the deer, and we can get the hide. Guts would be great too, but if we take the guts, we're gonna smell quite a bit, so I'd rather not do that. How much water do we have? Not so much, but we have a bit. We might actually start a fire here and make some more water. And I'll explain why you don't need that many matches in the Interloper as long as you have torches. Because you just light a torch. Now in this case we already have one. But normally you would just light a torch. Actually, I can just show you I suppose, but you save the match. You light the torch with the match. Let's just do it for the sake of illustration. We'll waste the match. Okay. So normally you'd go to this fire stove here and you'd start it with matches. But as you saw, if the fire goes out, if you don't actually manage, you have wasted the match. So instead what you want to do is grab a torch, which you took from your first fire, and then light that with the match. That only takes one match. And now we can light the fire. And if the... Actually, I'm going to use this other book here. I'm not going to use that. And now you can see we can use the gunpowder if we want, but we don't really need to. Yes, we're going to destroy that book. Now, if I don't manage this, and I don't manage to start the fire, it's okay. We don't need to use more matches, because the torch is already lit. So this is why you don't need the fire starter feat. Because except for maybe the first fire you light, as long as you have a torch in your inventory, you will always be able to start the fire using just one match. So there's no point really using the matches or that feat. The only really benefit it gives is it gives a higher fire starting chance, and also it is you don't need tinder for it. Let's do some more inventory management. We seem to be doing alright. We don't really need this, but I am going to bring it for now. Oh yes, let's see. We can prepare a few things while this cooks. 12 minutes, so we can do this dressing. Okay, this takes 15 minutes. How is this? 15 minutes, okay. Then we can do one of these for cooking. Let's make another water. And yeah, we'll put on... We have a lot of coal, so I'm going to put one of these on actually. Okay. I don't think there's anything else to like manage. We could read. That's something you could do if you want. This one is quite important, the kitchen one. 18 minutes. I don't think it's worth it though. Okay, we're going to wait, and then we're going to actually cook one of these teas, because I want to recover some more health. If I sleep 10 hours, I will recover about 30% condition. I think it's 32% precisely. But if I have a tea, I will recover a bit more. Now it's almost already morning, but that's okay, because you just need to survive as long as you can. You need to be rested because you're going to move a lot. And also it's warmer during the late day. So from about noon, it starts getting warmer and warmer. And so from roughly like around noon until about the evening, it's quite warm. And you're going to struggle less with cold damage. So it's okay that we sleep a long time here. Let's just grab a few more torches. These are bad torches, but what are you going to do? This one's a good one. Let's grab that if we can. And just for the sake of visibility, we can light this and go up here. You can grab these and harvest it. We can actually do that just for the stick. So let's go up here. We don't have anything to cure, so that's okay. We might as well harvest this. Oops. So yeah, so that's day one pretty much. And as you saw, we got a lot of stuff done on day one. We got a lot of food, a lot of resources we used. Well, I used one match for display purposes, but I really used 2 matches. We were lucky and found 2 other ones. And there's about, I can't remember exactly, but there's about something like 15, 16 guaranteed matches in the game, but you will find some matches in random locations as well around the world, in drawers and cars and things. So we're doing good with everything. We don't have antiseptic, but we have that. We don't have antibiotics, but we have this. We have bandages. Clothing could be better. We need sewing kit, or make a hook. We need a hammer and we need hacksaw. That's the next thing to do. Okay. So first thing, we need to now be fully hydrated, and we might as well be not hungry. I'm going to risk eating this beef jerky. 38% isn't the worst. So that should be okay. And then I will also eat this one, the chocolate bar. And then notice I'm eating all this food that's drying first. And then I'm going to eat the wet food so I get hydration. And I'm going to drink this drink. See, I'm almost fully hungry now. I didn't actually need to do that because this also gives some calories, but that's okay. So now I'm drinking the tea. And I'm getting hydrated. And now I'm ready to sleep. And now I'm getting the improved rest as well for 6 hours. So I'm going to sleep 10 hours. That is the longest you can sleep on Interloper. With 3 degrees plus 5, we should be fine, and we're not going to get cold. So sleep for 10 hours. You can't sleep longer. If you do sleep longer, you're going to get lose health, because once you reach 10 hours, actually it's a little bit less than 10 hours, you become dehydrated, as you can see. So now we want to drink. So if I had slept longer, I would have started taking damage. And as you can see, because of the tea, I'm almost completely up in health. Went up almost 40%. Yeah, so that's pretty good. So at noon, I don't hear a blizzard. So I think it is time to go outside. Let's have a look outside. Okay, so we are out. As you can see, it's a nice clear day. That's quite fortunate. If it wasn't a clear day, I would go back inside and wait, because we have the resources to wait. If it's a blizzard, that is. If it's fog, maybe I would still go out. But if it's strong wind or a blizzard, if it's a blizzard, go back inside. Or if it's a blizzard, you should only venture outside if you're really confident that you know where you're going. If you don't know where you're going, wait for clearer days. So now, as you can see, it's not that cold. It's -7, and at least in color it is. It's clear. We've pretty much looted everything of importance anyway. There are little things we didn't loot. But now, because it's a clear day and not too cold, we're going to head back up to Katie's secluded corner, and we're going to harvest that deer. So we don't have any tools, we don't have hacksaw, we don't have hatchet, we don't have a knife. So that means that we have to thaw the carcass before we can harvest it. So let's go down here, a little shortcut. Wolves are no longer an issue because we now have torches. We also have flares. So here's a wolf right here, he's got his back to me. I don't have any stench lines, so he's not really an issue. You can crouch like this to reduce aggro range, so he's less likely to see you. I'm not too worried about the wolf though, so I'm just going to ignore him. Yeah. The deer they killed is probably eaten by now, so we can just ignore that. Now, while we're here, we might see some beachcombing. But I don't think I'm going to go for any of that though. But what you can do, if you don't know about this, you can check the edges of the ice for items that spawn. Are there any today? Might not be any. There's something over there. Let's just, out of curiosity, see what it is. So if you didn't know about this, there's a phenomenon called beachcombing, which is that on the 3 maps that have a coast, which is Desolation Point, Coastal Highway, and Bleak Inlet, I think also maybe Winding River has it. items can spawn on the edge of the ice like this, but as you can see, they are out of reach. The only way to get them is to run and grab it and run back. This one's really close, so I might actually go for this one.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Yeah, I got that one. But this other one here is too far. Some of them are a bit too far, and you can get them, but you might not be able to get back, so you will fall through the ice. So what you can do is you can just take off all your clothing, like this, and then do it, and when you fall through the ice you just heat up again. I have one stink line now, unfortunately, because I picked up the fish. That was actually a very nice find. It is a big fish, so this will give us a lot of food. That's a lucky find. Generally speaking, I don't use beachcombing. I more or less always ignore it. If I happen to be near it, like I was now, I will check to see what there is. Usually it will just be sticks, wood, stuff like that. But if you're lucky, you'll find a fish like that, or a sapling. Beachcombing is only really used actively in the very, very late game. Because you can... Oh, was that steep, eh? You can find saplings, and you can find cloth and scrap metal. So those are things that are finite in the world, even though it's going to take a long time to run out of those things. They are finite, so that's one way of getting more of those kind of items. Okay. Now, normally I don't really care about pain at all. But I might use these painkillers anyway, just because the vision is annoying. So let's just do it. Okay, so we need to follow up this deer. As you can see, we can't harvest it. So we're gonna light a torch. And I'm gonna put the fire here. The reason being that if it starts getting windy, then if the wind blows from this way, it will not blow out the fire, but it will still blow it out from these ways though. But at least, you basically reduce the chance of the fire blowing out by 1 in 4 by doing this. It didn't work.
One little fire.
But as you see, all that wasted was the tinder plug. We didn't use a match. I can tell that one of the wolves was probably sniffing me. There we are. And drop that fish. Let's get rid of this. So how cold is it? It's 8 minus 8. I'm going to put a coal on. Actually, I'm not. I'm going to put both of these on, actually. And I'm going to put this on to cook. And put some water in here. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to hunt these rabbits. So I want the pelts, I don't want the guts because it's going to attract too many wolves. But now, because I'm cooking this anyway, and I'm thawing this, I might as well get them. So hunting rabbits isn't that hard. The easiest way is to crouch and just get close to them. Then you aim, and you want the rabbit between the fingers, basically. Think of the thumb as the crosshair. That's more or less how it works. Okay, I messed that up. But it doesn't shoot straight. It shoots in kind of like a drop-down thing. So from a distance, it can be a bit flimsy. But you'll get the hang of it, I missed too. As you saw there, I missed. Let's see. Then you run. Oh, I can't run, I'm too heavy. Then you get it. This just takes a little practice. It's not too hard to do. From a distance, it's the same. If you don't crouch, I mean. Now, I don't want to smell if I can avoid it, so I'm going to drop this here. There's the other rabbit. More or less the same. Let's try and aim it between here. Let's see. Oh, that actually would have hit if that stupid thing wasn't in the way. A Stone Age sniper would be from roughly here. Then you have to aim more to the right because it curves leftward. But it's hard to do. The easiest way is to try and just throw and then see where the rock lands and go from there. But let's go get him properly now. I think I can hit him like this. Nope. Okay. That's alright. We'll just do it this way. Gotta be patient. Get close. If you crouch, you reduce the aggro range of any animal by a significant margin. So it's a lot easier to get close to him. The easiest way to catch the rabbit is to make him go towards you. Then it's very hard to miss, as opposed to shooting him in on the side. So if I can get in front of him, it's a lot easier. Oh yeah, okay, you can stand still, that works too. Okay, well. This might work, he's kind of got his back to me. See, from that distance it's hard to miss, really. Five minutes to boiled. Let's put on one coal for extra warmth. Do that. Let's do another water. How's this looking? 59. Let's harvest one of these. The rabbits give very little meat. But, you know, it's better than nothing. Is this done? Yeah, done. Put that, 10 minutes. How's this? This is now done. Okay, so there's a tactic you can use here to get more meat. You can just harvest and cancel, and then you get these little pieces, and you can cook those. Because the cooking will actually level by per item cooked, not the amount cooked. So if you want to get level 5 cooking very fast, you can do like this. You can start harvesting, and then cancel about 1/3 of the way through, 1/4, and you get these little pieces, and you can cook those. Or you can go up to like the max like this, and then you go down, and now you get these 0.3 pieces that you can use. But I personally don't do that. I like to just use these standard measures, so I'm going to do that. But if you want to do it this other way, that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm actually going to eat this. Fish give a lot of calories, but they also weigh an absolute ton. So I'm just going to do like this. Oh, is it windy? It is. But as you can see, because of where I put the fire, it's not blowing out. Okay, 3 minutes. Let's just cook that. Put this on 10 minutes. But so I usually harvest 0.5 or 1 kilos of meat, but there is no right or wrong answer to that. You just do it however you want. It doesn't make a difference. Now the only reason I'm really putting stuff down on the ground is because if I'm carrying it, I have scent marks, as you can see, 1 out of 3 scents. So, you know, the wolf could come and attack me in theory. And I'd rather that didn't happen. When I play personally, I don't really care about that stuff. I'm quite reckless, actually, with the way I play the game. But I'm going to show you the safe way today. Okay, we have enough of that now, so I'm going to start putting this on. Let's harvest some more of that. That's a lot. I'm just going to do 1 kilo. Oh wow, that's I stopped there because this finished and I didn't want it to burn. Put another coal on here, why not? That shouldn't burn, it should be fine. We got quite a bit of food now. Okay, so now we got all that stuff. We can also get more feathers. They respawned. That happens a lot when you harvest. The feathers will respawn. What am I doing with rocks? Let's get a few rocks actually. I missed a few, didn't I? Just grab those quick. Oh, I sprained an ankle. I forgot about that. That's why I can't run. I could repair it, but I don't think it's too big deal. Okay, so that is fine. I'm gonna eat these. Because rabbit has the least amount of calories. The worst food in terms of weight to calorie ratio is the fish. And then it's rabbit after that. Some of these are like scraps, aren't they? 400, 130. I don't know if we can... No, that's fine. Let's have a drink. Okay, and I'm gonna make some more water. It's getting dark soon. I'm gonna try and harvest these hides. That might be too late. How long is this got? Like 12 minutes. Alright, let's wait then. Don't want to burn that. But let's wait with that. What we're going to do is we're going to harvest this hide. Because that's the one we really want to make the legs. Now you see the hides don't actually cause any kind of scent. It's the guts that do. So I'm not going to harvest the guts. But I wouldn't mind... I'm not sure I want to actually get these hides because they take too long. And carrying them around will cause me to have a scent. So I'm not going to do that actually. We can actually take... I think we can leave that. Let's take these things and head out of here. I have 1 scent on me. I'm going to take some torches. Let's take that. Let's leave this water. It's too little to worry about. So, oh, some good torches. And we're going to head out of here. These are some good torches. Oh, wow, very good torches. Okay, so let's go. So you can go back the way you came and go down and around, but you can also just go this way, and it's like a little shortcut. There's maple, good to know for future reference. Just go on the right and you'll be fine. There's different routes, but I just hug to the right. And then here... no, that's too far. You're gonna go down here, sorry. Hug to the right down here, and then to the right. There we go. Let's go here, and down here, and voila, we are down. And if there's a wolf here, it's unlikely, but if there is, you know, is that a wolf? No. You can pretty much just ignore him because you can just head straight to the exit from here. Let's check this car. There's no point checking the hood really, I just did it out of habit and also to see if there was a battery. So what we're going to do now, we're going to leave this area. There were a few places that we didn't loot. We didn't loot Scruffy's cave by the bridge. We didn't loot the bear cave, but that doesn't usually have anything. There's a few containers here and there, and a few corpses we didn't loot. A few bits and bobs. But we did loot most of it. And most importantly, we did loot the high-end loot locations, which in this case is the Hibernia processing plant, which always has the match, and the lighthouse, which always has the stim. And that's really everything we need. So we also harvested a deer. Let's get 2 more of these. Let's light a fire, I mean a torch. Let's get 2. So we have 2 of these on us. There we go. We were a bit lucky to find a fish. We also were lucky to find extra matches, but that won't really make a difference because the 12 matches we found will last for ages. We only needed 2 matches to start the first fire, so that means we can effectively start another 10 fires with those. Plus, if we found a flare, that's another match, that's 11 fires, so that's plenty. I'm going to carry the rope with me just because of the ravine for now. We were lucky that we found the bedroll. But I am for now going to pretend that I don't have the bedroll, just so I can show you, because if you play an Interloper game like this and you found the bedroll, then great, it makes your life a bit easier, for sure, because it gives you more flexibility on where to sleep. But I am, for the time being, going to pretend that I don't have it. I'll use it in an emergency hold, just to make it a little bit more, you know, relatable, because you might do this spawn and not find it. Okay, there's going to be a lot of coal here. I like to check every sometimes there's a corpse here. No corpse today. We're going to get very heavy with this coal, but that's okay. It's heat, you know. It's fuel. Okay. You don't need to pick up every piece of coal either, but you know, anyone who plays Along Dark knows that there's this urge to just loot everything. Now, if we're lucky, we'll find a pry bar here. You can find a pry bar here. You can also find, I found hacksaws here. But that's about it, I guess. I don't think you can find a hammer here, can you? I don't think so. I don't think it's one of the spawns. And again, I'm checking down here. Here is the corpse, and there is a pry bar.
I'll take it.
Not a very high condition one though, so we gotta be a bit careful about that. It could break. If you try and open a trunk or a locker with the pry bar and it breaks, it's jammed and you can't open it again. Another sewing fire, might as well take it. As you can see, like, we're getting a lot of value out of few resources. I still have only used, was it 3 matches? 4. One was just to show you, so we won't count that one. So I used 3 matches so far, and I've made a lot of water, I've cooked meat, I'm getting a lot of light. You know, you just gotta manage the resources that you have. Fire really being the key one. Let's see. Now normally if you came the other direction, one of my favorite destinations is to spawn in Timberwolf Mountain or Pleasant Valley, and then head to Desolation Point from there once you find the hammer. And if you do that, when you come through here, you want to pick up all the coal you can and you take it to the forge. But I wouldn't worry too much about coal for the forge, because let's say we're going to forge at Fallen Muskeg. Even if you run out of coal, you should be able to find enough. So, because there will be coal in the poacher's camp in Fallen Muskeg, there's coal in the actual camp itself, the Spencer's homestead, there's coal in some of the caves, including the one going to Bleak Inlet nearby, in Edgemarch Cave, all sorts of places. So not hoarding coal for forging isn't really necessary. Let's see, is this better or worse? It's worse. Alright, so right now we're quite heavy. We're going to keep moving. So because I have meat on me, I smell. You get 2 scent marks if you have 3 pieces of meat. Maybe I can eat the smaller ones and we can get rid of it. I think I will be able to. If you have 2 pieces of meat, you will no longer smell. So let's see if I can do that. I think it's 1 more, isn't it? Yeah, so I still smell. But if I eat this one, I think that's exactly enough. See, yeah, now I don't smell anymore. Because the way the smell is determined with cooked meat is the amount you have, like how many items you have. And I have 2 now, so I don't smell. Once you have 3, regardless of what they weigh, you will start to smell, unfortunately. Mushrooms. It works differently with raw meat, though. With raw meat, I believe you just need 1 piece of meat and you smell. Fresh guts is the same. I don't think cured guts smell. I'm not sure actually about that. I don't think they do. And hides don't smell. But the reason I didn't bring the bunnies with me is because they smell. Okay, sometimes... Okay, there's a little container here. Let's check that. So I might as well take that. So I'm quite heavy now, but it's not unusual to be heavy in the early game, especially because you're carrying stuff. In this region, it is a little dangerous because there's usually 2 wolves around, and they can be pretty much anywhere on the map. Is that one of them? No, that's a rock. So I often hug the wall here because you'll get to this cave, and there's also a deer here. And I am considering harvesting it, but I am going to actually leave it because it's not a great place to rest in case something happens. So I'm instead going to grab this. Let's see if there's something in here. I don't think there is. No. So normally in my runs I would very often stop here and I would light the fire here and I would cook this. But the reason I'm not doing that is because I already have quite a lot of food. Food isn't an issue right now. And the other reason is that the weather right now is good, but it's also nighttime. And if the wolves show up, or if a blizzard hits, then I'm kind of stuck in that cave. And that's okay, you can stay in that cave, and you can use all the coal you found to make a fire, and you can sleep there. But imagine I didn't have the bedroll. Now I have found the bedroll, but what if I didn't? Then you'd be kind of... it would be awkward. It's best to head to the next bed. And this area doesn't have a bed, as far as I know. In a pinch, if you don't have the bedroll, you can sleep in a car. You can create a fire next to a car and then sleep in the car. You don't need a bedroll for that. I'm gonna check down here. Check the unfortunate map. But it's listening. No. You can hear the wolves. If you stop and just listen, you can hear the wolves. You can hear them trotting on the snow. You can hear them. Same with the bear. You can hear them. So sometimes just stop and listen. Shardul had an expression which was crouch, look, and listen. And that's a good rule, especially when you exit the building. Scarf, that might be better than this. No, it's not. I'm going to take it with though and maybe harvest it later. So I could sleep here because it's warm enough and I have the bedroll. But again, I'm going to pretend that I don't have the bedroll for now. Because I found it very quick. That was quite lucky. I'm going to basically pretend that I don't have the bedroll until I'm either forced to use it or until we get to like Mystery Lake, because you probably find one there. Actually, we can just say until I find the next bedroll. I'll just pretend I don't have it. So there's probably going to be a wolf around here. Usually there is one. I think it's to the left over there.
Need some first aid soon.
Can't see much. I think they might be down on the ice. Okay. So we're gonna keep moving. Don't worry too much about the cold. I mean, what you really should do right now, if you want to preserve health, is to stop, make a fire, put a couple of coals in there, and you'll warm right up. And then you keep moving. The weather is okay for it too. But a little bit of cold damage is okay. So we're going to keep going. What we're going to do one of two things. When we exit this region, we're going to head to those cabins. I forgot what they're called, but they're on the west side. East side. Not far from where we exit here. And those houses are usually destroyed, but sometimes one of the houses are okay. And if it is okay, we're going to sleep in that house. If none of the houses are okay, if they're all destroyed, we're going to continue to Misanthrope's Island. What's it, Jackrabbit? No, the other one's Jackrabbit. Misanthrope's Island, we're going to sleep there. We're probably not going to go to the garage, but we'll see. What we're really doing now is we've survived the first area, we got some decent loot, we got some food, we got water. We're actually doing fairly okay. We're a bit heavy, we're a bit cold. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. That was unlucky. I'm still gonna light one new one though. I'm lighting one for two reasons. One is I can see better, and the other one is it will protect me from a wolf that just comes out of nowhere. But yeah, now that we have decent gear, like we could do with better clothing for sure. What we really need right now is the hammer. We need to find the hammer. Now, the long dark, if you really don't care about the experience of the long dark, you can actually look up where the hammer is. Because on Interloper, loot is determined by pre-designated loot tables. There are 4 loot tables. So basically, the way to think of it is there are 4 sets of loot in the game. And whenever you start a game, the game engine basically rolls a die and chooses randomly one of the 4 sets. What that means is that it's already decided once you load the game, it has already been decided where the hacksaws are, where the hammers are, where the bedrolls are, where the maglens are, I believe pry bars as well. All of that stuff has been predetermined already. So for example, when I found the bedroll in Desolation Point, I can then look up the loot table and see which of these 4 loot tables have the bedroll in Hibernia processing. And once I see that, it's okay, this one has that. And then you can see where all the other loot is. You can see where the hammers and hacksaws are. So those are called loot tables. If you want to use them, I'll put a link in the description below. You can also just Google Long Dog loot tables. It was made by Athenan and some of his friends. It's a little bit outdated now because it doesn't take into account Ash Canyon, and I think Hush River Valley isn't in there either, but they still work pretty well. But that being said, using loot tables kind of takes you out of the immersion of the game. So if you would like a more pure looting experience, you know, you're exploring the world, you're looking for items, you're scouring, you're scavenging, then you shouldn't look at them. Then you should just look and try and find things. And that's usually what I do. I mean, I've played the game for so long that I more or less know the loot tables by now. But I still try to go exploring instead. But that's up to you. You play it how you want. In any case, we need to now find the hammer and ideally a hacksaw. More books. Okay, let's be a little bit careful because the bear could be around here. Looks like all the houses are destroyed, so we can't sleep here. That means we're going to Misanthrope Island. I am not going to the garage. There's actually 3 reasons to have a torch. One is to protect yourself from a sudden wolf, the other one is to see, and the third one is to start a fire without using a match. Is that the bear over there? Let's be careful when you loot things to not extinguish. I want all of the plants that I see, at least in the beginning of the game. Okay, let's see. That's ambience, those little owl hoop things. No, actually, wolves. I think the bear's probably sleeping. Okay, I'm very heavy, I'm getting tired, so I'm walking slow. I'm gonna take some cold damage. But now the night cleared, that was fortunate. We can see everything from miles away. And we should be fine. It's unlikely we get ambushed by a wolf now. Especially because we don't smell. We have to be a little bit careful about the bear, because it could spawn up here. Also, you want to look for the hammer in this region. There's a few places it can spawn. It can spawn in a fishing hut. It can spawn in... that's the distant fishing hut, the one that's all the way over there. It can spawn in the fishing log camp, which is near that fishing hut. It can spawn in the car, which I think is the car that's over there. And there's a fourth place that I can't remember right now. I think it might be the garage. I'm not sure. Anyway, we're going to check to see if we can find it. And regardless of whether we find the hammer or not, we're going to then go to the ravine. Because we also have a rope. Although the rope's not that big a deal. We can pick up a rope from here as well. We're going to go to the ravine with a rope to climb down, get the flare gun, and then head to Mystery Lake. And once we have the hammer, we are heading straight to the forge. Okay, this little fellow here, he sits there frozen to death. This guy, he sometimes has good loot, but it's just random. But the reason I'm mentioning him is because on lower difficulties you should go here, because there could be a rifle there. So if you're playing on Stalker or below, and the gun, oh, there's a wolf there. Then the rifle can spawn on that guy next to it. Same goes for the whiteout challenge. The whiteout challenge, the rifle can spawn with him. Actually, if you're playing the whiteout challenge and you're looking for the rifle, check that car over there where we came from. The car I looted that's over there. Check that car. There can be a rifle on the floor of that car. Okay, we're very, very slow. But we should be safe. The wolf doesn't seem to be here, and if he does come here, it's not a biggie. We'll just scare him off. So you see, we're heading for a bed. So this is what the Interloper is all about in the early game. You just need to loot, loot, loot. You need to keep moving at all times, and you need to go from location to location. Go from bed to bed. So from house to house. So have somewhere you can sleep, to get warm, and this and that. As you can see, I'm taking a lot of cold damage here because I know where I'm going. So I'm deliberately getting cold, walking pretty much from the mines to here. But if you're worried about that, if you feel you're taking too much damage, or you're not being a bit slower, you're not sure where you're going exactly, then stop when you're cold. Take a break, light the fire with the torch you're carrying, and warm up, and then keep going. You know, that's how you should do it. I'm only doing this because I will recover enough health when I sleep, and I know where I'm going because I know the maps. So now I'm going to loot this place. Usually you can find a few good pieces of clothing here. One little fun fact for you, if you really want to save calories, but I wouldn't worry too much about it, is to not loot an item before you stop moving, because you burn calories while moving. I'll try and explain that. So see, when I'm moving, if you look at the hunger meter, when I'm standing still, there's 1 arrow down, so I'm only burning a little bit of calories standing still. Once I start moving, the arrow goes down more, especially because I'm heavy, so I'm burning more calories, right? However, if I loot one of these cabinets while I'm moving, you will continue burning calories as if you are moving. So just watch. See, it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop until after I looted it. Again, watch the hunger meter. It doesn't go down, it stays like that. See? However, if I approach it and stop, then it goes down, and now you loot. So if you do it like this, you position yourself strategically where you can reach things, you don't have to move, you're going to burn less calories, and that means your food will last longer. Now that is a little trick, but to be honest with you, most people do not use that trick. They don't really care about it because the effect is so small but it doesn't really matter that much. And you'll see that I also, on regular Interloper, I often also ignore it. But if you're playing a challenge, like for example Dead World, or No Goa, or Dead Man, or Acid at Sleep or something, then maybe it's worth thinking about doing that. So much information, I know. Oh, socks. Yes. I only found really one piece of food. Oh, sweatshirt, perfect. And remember also that water can be harvested from toilets, which makes it a lot easier. We could harvest curtains, but I don't really need any cloth at the moment. Okay, so we're gonna drop down this fresh dayhide to cure it. Let me have a quick look here. I might actually harvest some stuff. Let's harvest these. Let's also harvest this. Let's get rid of some items. Yeah, we don't have a repair kit yet, so. Okay, we're gonna sleep now. We're gonna sleep another 10 hours. We're not gonna fix the ankle. If you didn't know this already, ankles, that is to say sprains, whether it's ankle or wrist, they will heal in 4 hours of sleeping. So you don't need to use bandage, but of course you might want to. I didn't use one now. You may have also noticed that I wasn't wobbling when I was moving about. You can change that in the settings. I think it's under accessibility. I think it's this one, yes. Dampen camera motions. I have that on because when you get the sprain on the ankle, your camera really like wobbles and it can be very dizzying. So I have that on. Interaction type, this is also something handy. I have click and press, which means that when you loot, you just click to loot things rather than holding the button down, which can cause, you know, carpal tunnel syndrome or stuff like that. And I have autowalk on. This is also where you turn autowalk on. The default key is Z, I think. Autowalk is fantastic. It makes it easier to walk, especially when you're heavy. Okay. So, with sprains as well as pain, you can just sleep it off. Actually, I think pain heals by itself in this time. Anyway, when I'm very heavy, I tend to often filter things by weight to see what's the heaviest. And I eat whatever is the heaviest to get rid of that first. Or whatever is about to expire first. And I have a lot of things to cook, but I don't have a can opener yet, so I'm going to try and save them for that. But we'll see. The dog food, though, you can't cook that, so it's not a big deal if it gets smashed, I suppose. I think we'll just drink. We can, yeah, let's drink this thing too. Get rid of it. And then let's drink that. Sorry. And we'll sleep 10 hours. Alright, we are back and we're awake. It's midday. Since I'm so heavy, let's see if there's something I can get rid of. I don't like carrying this around. It's very heavy, as you can see. So I'm going to keep it for now. There isn't anything I want to really get rid of. I guess we have a lot of coal. We don't need this much coal with us. That's excessive. I'm going to get rid of quite a few of these. Yeah, let's do that. No, that's better. If I can get down to 35, that will be good. Let's drop a couple of these also. That's better. And then we'll eat something. We have something heavy, not really. We'll just drink. There we are. I'll take the hide. Now we're still heavy, but when we're not that heavy, and when well-fed hits in, we won't be heavy. And our health is decent as well. So we need now to find a hammer. What we're going to do is we're going to look. Which route should we go? Is it worth going via the garage? I suppose we could go via the garage. And then we can go to the car. Yeah, okay. We'll go to the garage because we have a flare and we have torches. But what you could do instead, oh, it's a nice clear day as well. What you could do instead, if you want to just get out of here, is to go straight to Jackrabbit Island over there. Oh, look at these birds. We're gonna hit right into... Oh, they flew up. Hey, they fixed that. That's cool. Now, some people say that when you see birds, it means that a storm is coming. And that's not true. It's actually easy to check. And some people say, no, it's not a storm, it just means that the weather is changing. Well, that's also easy to check. So let's just look at the time right now. It's now exactly noon. Noon exactly. So let's see when the weather changes. And you'll see it will change eventually. But the thing is that the weather will change at some point, regardless of whether you saw any crows. Crows or not, the weather will change every few hours. So that doesn't really... Saying that crows indicate weather change is the same as saying the weather will change, because it will change. You will only get consistently the same weather if it randomly sort of picks the same weather in a row. So, 2 sets of clear skies, for example. So that the crows indicate changing weather, it basically means nothing, because the weather changes anyway. Think about it. How often does the weather change if the crows weren't in the game? Well, it changes all the time, especially on Interloper. But does it indicate a storm? Does a crow flying around indicate a storm? I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure Rafe has tweeted about it and said it's pure ambient, but if you want, we can test it right here. The thing is that if a storm appears now, it doesn't actually prove it true. It just lends support that it could be true, but we have to test it more thoroughly.
I'll take it.
We can burn this. However, if a storm doesn't happen, we have falsified the hypothesis, and we know it's not true. That's how science works, people. Free science lesson for you today. I am a scientist after all. Those who don't know, I am a professor of psychology. And basically the way science works is through falsifying things. You don't actually prove things to be true. You prove them to be not true, because it's very hard to prove that something is true, but it's easy to prove that things are not true. So if we don't get a storm from those crows, then we know that it's not true that crows indicate a storm. Or if we do get a storm from the crows, then it doesn't necessarily prove it's true. We need to test more times to see if it is not a coincidence. And one thing we already have falsified is the direction of the storm. So you see now there's more wind, but it's coming from this direction, while the crows came from this direction. So some people have said that the crows indicate the direction of the coming storm, which we already now know is not true. Now it's quite windy, so there's a change of weather already. Less than half an hour in. No storm yet though. But like I said, if it becomes stormy, if we now get a blizzard, that won't actually prove it's true. We need to test it more than once for it to be proven true, because it could be a coincidence. A wind, however, is not the same as a storm. Let's see, how windy is it? -13. You could even have a torch in this weather. So let's see. Let's loot here. I'm gonna have the flare out just in case a wolf appears, because if it is too windy for a torch, then the torch is not gonna do anything for us. Let's loot all this stuff. All this. often there is more food here. Let's see. And if you want to call that shift, oh, there we are. If you want to call that shift in weather storm, well, then you need to specify what you mean by storm. Do you just mean like that there's wind? The thing is that people disagree about these things. Some say the crows mean a blizzard's coming, some mean the wind is coming, some mean that the weather's changing. Rafe tweeted and said it means nothing. So you know you gotta figure out exactly what we mean by it. But as I said, I don't think the crows mean anything. They're just pure ambience. But we can test it. So now we saw one. We saw that it started getting some wind, which seems to have died already. Etc. Oh, more matches. And thermal underwear. Fantastic. And let's get the water as well. But it needs to be tested consistently. Okay, I'm gonna take this out. Let's see here. See, it's already changed. And now it's like foggy. Now circling crows is something completely different. That I'm sure everyone knows. If you see circling crows, it means a carcass is nearby, as you can see. Or a corpse. And crows are particularly handy if you're looking for something you killed. You can listen for the crows and find out where they are. Where's the wolves? There's always wolves around here. There's a wolf. There's a second wolf. And check out this car. I'm actually going to light this torch because I want to get rid of this guy. Drop the torch and aim. It's kind of a cheesy mechanic, really. It's a bit weird. Like, how would the wolf understand you're aiming at it, you know? But let's ignore that part for now. As you can see with the crows, when we saw them, just after we saw them, there was a slight change of weather. The wind started picking up, but that lasted like, what, 5 minutes? And then it got still again. So if you're saying that the crows cause a change of weather, that doesn't really seem to help, because it's just like, in that case it would be, oh, be wary, it will be windy for 5 minutes. But that's a really question for another video. Another can, I'm going to take that because I only have one. Well, testing out the crows thoroughly can be a topic for another video, but I don't think there's anything for it. In any case, these things here, not useful at all on Interloper. You can leave them unless you want to make gunpowder, which you could do. You could make gunpowder and use it as accelerant. More sewing stuff. I would like to find a new pry bar, because the one I have is getting kind of low. Now, a lot of people love this garage. I'm personally not a big fan of it because it's such a wolf nest, but you know, yeah, it's okay. It's a decent base. Tools, we'll be using those to repair things and shorten arrow crafting time. If you use tools to craft arrows, they will take less time to craft and they will be supposedly of better quality. I haven't tested that, but it's easy to test. Wood, who stores wood? We might actually make a fire, because I need some more torches.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for
What
much
we're really
longer.
looking for, though, is hammer and hacksaw. That's what we want. Sewing kit, that's great. Now we can start repairing stuff. On the hay, you'll sometimes find stuff. No, we don't need that. I might need to make a fire now any minute. Yeah, this is the last torch, so we should make a fire right now. And we might as well use some of this stuff. Actually, let's use this one, it's heavier. Go. We got a lot of accelerant. So. Fire was very heavy, so I get rid of that. I'm just going to throw this out. Loot. And we're going to make some more. Do we need water? No, we don't need water. But what we can do is we can cook some teas. Oh, we loot. And we found the storm lantern. That's fantastic. So we can now have a light source that isn't fire-based. You can refill the storm lantern with lantern oil, and that's a renewable resource in the long dark. You find it by fishing. When you fish, well, when you catch a fish, that doesn't do anything by itself, but when you cook the fish, once you take it off the plate when it's cooked, you get some lantern oil. In fact, that's how I got this lantern oil, from when I cooked that fish I found earlier. So I can use that to refuel this. If you have 30 centiliter, you can use that as accelerant. You can also craft torches with lantern oil, so it's a good resource overall. Another whetstone, don't need it, but let's go for it. How much is left of this prime bomb? Get that. Let's do this, and let me grab some more torches. Now I just want good torches, or like decent ones, because now there's enough wood and that, so I only want decent torches now. And we're gonna head along the coast now to look for the hammer. We could go up to the lookout tower. The lookout tower, I believe, has guaranteed matches, so if you spawn in this region, that's bad. You can go there and you'll find matches. But we don't really care about the matches. That's a bit low. That's a bit low as well. That's good. That's enough, I think. We can put that on though. No, that's rubbish. That's kind of rubbish. That's better. Causing a lot of light, as you can see. That's decent as well. We're gonna head out from here. Let's just eat something first. We can eat. Let's eat these things. These are low condition, but I'm in a safe position where I also have reishi tea. So if these things were to give me food poisoning, I am in a situation where I can fix that. Yeah. So if I had gotten food poisoning, I could have drunk these, and I could have slept in here. So that's okay. Alright, let's head back out. There might be a wolf here, so let's crouch. If you crouch for any exit, you reduce the aggro range and it's less likely that the wolf is going to get you. So, crouch, look around, listen. I don't hear the wolf. It's probably around the corner or something. So we're a bit heavy, but that will have to do. We're not going to loot everything here, because really the garage itself is the main place to loot. But we are going to look around in the house over there. Especially we're not going to loot the house up on the hill, if it's even there. Might not be there, might be destroyed. If you didn't know already, how many houses that are destroyed is dependent on difficulty. So for example, right now there's only 2 houses that are standing. This house here and the one we were in earlier over the hill there. Well, that one's destroyed, this one's destroyed, those 2 are destroyed. The one on top of the hill is maybe destroyed, we don't really know. So a lot of houses are destroyed on Interloper, while on lower difficulties they could all be up, which means of course more loot. We got some food here. You see cars tend to often have these little pieces of food like beef jerky and ketchup chips and stuff. So they are worth checking. You can usually see it from the outside whether it's worth coming in or not. Alright. Houses are not really that important to loot because we're doing okay with food and everything. But I'm still going to loot them because we could find some extra food. Doesn't hurt, of course. But you could find some clothing items that could be useful, especially early in the game. And I could find sewing kits as well. Clothing items on Interloper is very useful in the early game because the world gets progressively colder every day. It gets colder and colder until day 50. However, you know, the first few days, that has barely started transitioning. So the world is a lot warmer the first few days of the run. So if you can find a lot of clothing early on, you probably can walk around and not be cold. Oh wow, that's a good find. For a lot of the early run. So for example, the best case is if you spawn in Timberwolf Mountain, or not Timberwolf, yeah, or Timberwolf, but if you spawn in Pleasant Valley near the plane crash, you can go to the plane crash and loot all those suitcases and what have you, and you're likely to find a lot of clothing. And that clothing will likely give you so much warmth that you might actually be okay with the cold for the first few days, you know. So clothing is quite handy in the early game.
Nobody needs this anymore.
But you're also likely to find excess amount of... Oh, that's why I need to look close. Almost missed it. You can also find excess amount of clothing that you don't need, and you might want to harvest it, but at the same time you want to keep moving, you know? Like Sherlock could be useful. I don't really need toilet water. I don't have a lot of it. But if, for example, right now I'm carrying a torch, so if I wanted to harvest something, it would require me extinguishing the torch, and that means I'm not utilizing the match anymore. I do have to look through this stuff soon though, because I am quite heavy. I am very heavy. But we're going to keep going until the fishing logs, and we'll probably sleep there and do some inventory management there. This is also a moose spawn in Coastal Highway, if you didn't know. I don't think it is him. Actually, I think this is one of those areas where the moose can spawn without markings on the trees. The moose also has certain locations where it can spawn. It's random for each run. The moose won't spawn in every region in Interloper, but it will spawn in most regions. It'll be, it will have some RNG where it spawns. So usually on this region it spawns here on by the garage. But you don't get it everywhere. So on my main run, I am in almost 900 days in. And I have never found a moose in Fallen Muskeg, Pleasant Valley, or Desolation Point. I think that's the only place, yeah. There are markings in Pleasant Valley and Fallen Muskeg, but no moose. Which means it just didn't spawn, or it's unlucky. But yeah, but you don't need to worry about the moose this early in the run. You can't do anything about the moose anyway, unless you get the flare gun or a bow. So it's really not an issue at all. Instead, what you want to do is you want to just survive. If you see the moose, avoid it. Just leave it alone. Same with bears. You can't do anything about it anyway. And look at this. I'm actually warm. 4 degrees plus because of the clothing I have. And that I have a torch. And we have cold fusion in addition. So we're actually warm. We're actually recovering health right now. And I'm auto-walking. Let me just have a look, see if there's any wolves. No wolves here, and I'm not smelling, so we're just going to auto walk to this car, and from there we're going to head to, I could loot the Aurora Cave, but I'm not going to. I could also loot the trail, but I will loot the trailers by the logging camp. But we're going to continue to the fishing camp, and hopefully the hammer is on the workbench in the fishing camp. By the way, it's now getting close to like evening, still no storm. So think about the crows. I don't think they indicate any storm, unless you want to count those 5 minutes of windless storm. But yeah, you basically want to, in the early game, avoid predators as much as possible. Oops, I don't need to go in there really. Let's have a look in the car. Flare. We can use this to light a fire, I guess. Although I think I'm carrying too many books, if anything. I could leave some behind. But I don't mind being slow, because we're warm. If I had little food and it was cold, then I would want to move more. And then I would try and dump some stuff. Now, you may also have noticed that I haven't actually sprinted that much. There's all. So the snow walker hasn't come in that much handy yet. But that was partially because the spawn was pretty good. There wasn't really much to run towards. While if I was saying Timberwolf Mountain or Pleasant Valley, it would be very useful. Also, I'm very heavy. But it's quite a good one to have throughout most of the game. You just get more opportunities to run. It also means you can run more if you are traveling in the late game from one area to another, when food isn't an issue, so you can just run and sleep, for example. Ultimately, the feats you should go for whatever you think is best. I personally go for Snowwalker and Cold Fusion, but Efficient Machine is fine, Book Smarts is fine, even Snares are fine. The Blizzard Walker is alright. Dark Walker, I don't see the point. But you go for whatever you want. You go for no feats. You don't need them. You don't need them for a good Interloper run. You don't need feats at all. You can just ignore them altogether. But personally, if you're going to go for it, I go for Snowwalker and Cold Fusion. Cold Fusion, as you have seen, has come in handy quite a few times in this run already. It's kept us warm a few times. Okay, we're sticking to the plan. We're finding the hammer. So what we're doing now is we're heading towards this camp. The hammer won't be here, but we're going to go from here to the fishing camp. And if we can't find a hammer here, or actually regardless of whether we find a hammer, we are then going to go to the ravine. And that's why I'm carrying this ridiculous rope with me that weighs a ton. You don't really need to carry it though. I just found it in Matt's truck, so I want to take it with me. But you don't really need it. You can pick up a rope from one of the anchors here, or you can pick up a rope from Mystery Lake. Or if you're lucky, you'll find a rope in the ravine. In either case, you do need a rope to get down to the ravine. So we're taking a rope with us so we can climb down into the ravine after Coastal Highway, because then we can get the flare gun. And then we'll be good. We'll be golden. We can hunt the bear with it if we want, but mostly we want it for protection. That's what we want it. Now, just a disclaimer: it is possible to get down the ravine without the rope. Guntech has done it, and Kimiota has done it, but it's really not purposeful. It's kind of not really worth the effort. Except for maybe something like a speedrun or Dark Walker or something like that. But if you want to see how to do it, I recommend just looking up Guntech on YouTube, and you'll see him do it. But yeah, so the plan now is find a hammer, find a hacksaw if possible, look for it here in Coastal Highway, head to the ravine, get the flare gun, and then go to Mystery Lake and loot Mystery Lake. But once we find the hammer, we really want to go to the forge right away. And we want to start making arrows as soon as possible. And since we're here, we're going to loot this. You see, I'm ignoring that little tip I said.
Come in handy.
Jeez. Dog food. So I'm still saving the food, the cans for cooking, just because to maximize calories, it's good to have the can opener. Although if I remember correctly, as you level cooking, you will lose less calories when you smash the cans. So it's not really that big a deal, but I am trying to save them. If you can't find a can opener, you are, I believe, guaranteed to find a can opener in the Pleasant Valley farm. I think there's always a can opener there, somewhere in the house. How heavy am I? Quite heavy. I'm gonna do once I get to the fishing camp, I'm gonna do some inventory management. So this part is probably gonna be the slowest part. If I wasn't so heavy, I would run right now. But you can also leave things behind in locations and just make a note of where they are. I'm not going to do that right now, though. I'm going to do that later, but you can do that. So with rabbits, for example, you can kill rabbits and then harvest them, cook them, and leave the guts to cure behind in a cave or a nearby house. Make a note of it, and then come back for it later. The journal is quite a valuable tool. It's not really used much. Okay, this is starting to become quite slow, so we're gonna correct this heavy burden we have once we get to the camp. We're taking the long way around. Oops. As you can see, we're doing really well with health. We're getting close to full health again. We soon have well fed. We're not short on food. If I don't find a can opener, I still have a bunch of those cans to cook. So we're doing really well. I'm carrying this fire as far as I can, just to protect myself from wolves and save a match if I need to. This is how you do match economy, you know. We barely use any matches so far. We are safe, we are warm. We can start fires, we'll use matches. Some people say like they run out of matches in Interloper. Well, that's probably because you're not doing it this way. Now you can find a mag lens, and the mag lens will never really deteriorate. So you're never actually going to run out of ways to start the fire. If you find a mag lens and carry it with you, you can always start a fire on sunny days. But only on sunny days. Sometimes in the mornings as well, and you can you're guaranteed to find one in Mystery Lake. Now when you're walking right here, you might want to hug the right side of the wall, not the left like I'm doing, because the wolf could come from the ice and ambush you here suddenly, and you don't have time to react. But I'm not too scared of it personally, so I think it'd be alright. Let's check this car. See if it's got some goodies for us. Is it goodies for... No, I don't think so. Actually, can't climb forward, go back, in and out. Nothing there. We're almost at the camp now. If you're ever lost, you don't really know the maps enough. Even though for Interloper, you should really know the maps as much as you can. But if you don't, then try and rely on things like roads and train tracks and rivers. They will always lead you. Now while we're walking slowly, let's go over the plan one more time. Here's what we're doing. We're looking for the hammer. And it should be in this area, and if it's not, or if I haven't found it in locations I checked, we're gonna regardless keep moving. So we're gonna check the fishing log, we're gonna check the fishing hut, and then we're gonna go up to the ravine via the river. The reason we're going via the river is because the river has a lot of cattails, and cattails means food, and you need cattails. So on Interloper, cattails is gold. There's about 1,600 cattails in the game on Interloper, which each of them gives 150 calories. So that's gonna keep you well fed for a long time. So you want to go for the cattails, especially in the early game. So we're gonna go up the river and harvest as many cattails as we find. Then we'll head to the ravine, get the flare gun, then we go to Mystery Lake, loot Mystery Lake, and as soon as we find a hammer, we are pretty much heading straight to the forge. If we find a hammer before Trapper's Cabin, we will probably make the camp office our main base, at least temporarily. If not, Trapper's Cabin will be the main base. But either of those places are good bases. Your main base can be anywhere, but the reason Trapper's Cabin or camp office is great is because Mystery Lake is a connective region. It connects to a lot of different regions. You can travel anywhere. Okay, here we are at the fishing camp. So before I go inside, actually I can loot there first. Let's loot them first and then we'll check for the hammer. And then we'll do some inventory management. Now the reason, in the long run you want to have a base in every region, but you should really have a main base where you store all your stuff. Put all your stuff in there. And the reason Mystery Lake is so good to have a main base is because it's so interconnected. You don't need to have it as your main base, you can have it wherever you want. A lot of people like the garage on Coastal Highway as their main base, and that's fine. Have it wherever you want. But the reason Mystery Lake is great is it connects to so many places. If you have it in Camp Office or Trapper's Cabin, you can easily get to Milton, you can get to Fallen Muskeg, you can get to the Ravine, you can get to Pleasant Valley via Winding River, and Coastal Highway via Ravine. It connects pretty much everywhere. You never really more than a couple regions away from anywhere edge of the map. We're getting a lot of stuff here. Okay. So we will establish either Camp Office or Trapper's Cabin as the main base. Which one depends on the spawn of the bear and the moose. If there is a bear and or moose spawn in Trapper's Cabin, or like around Trapper's Cabin, then that's the main base, because then you can use the bear and or moose as reliable resource. You can kill them outside your main base whenever they're up, and you'll have a food source that's reliable. If you don't have that, then Camp Office is probably better, because then Camp Office is a little bit closer to all the areas you want to go to. Now I'm just going to be a little bit careful here, because I think maybe I heard a bear as we entered, so let's just be a little careful. Let's see. No, I don't think there is a bear. Okay, let's see if the hammer said on this workbench over here. The hammer can spawn. So let's just see. If it's not here, it might be in the fishing hut. So look, there is a rope here, which is handy for ravine, but we don't need the rope. Okay, we'll check the fishing hut then. Let's do some inventory management inside here first. And then we'll check the fishing hut in the morning. Let's go. This will be our base for the night. We don't need the torch. I think we can get rid of it, or it can just burn out. So let's do that. Let's drop this because we're curing that, and then we're going to do some inventory management. So first thing, let's eat something. And we'll eat things at low condition. Because if, we'll leave this, but if I were to get food poisoning, I can handle it in this where I am now, because I can sleep and I can cure. We'll also eat this. We'll eat this. And I think we'll also eat this, because that's quite heavy. Makes it a little thirsty this way. Drink that. Let's go back to 80 set. Alright, so let's see here. We got a lot of stuff. A lot of books, for example. Now, I'm going to leave these books here. Because we don't really need them. I am going to only take with me... these ones are pretty useless. So they don't really count. So we'll put them here. These ones will just stack here. I'll come back for them another time because they're quite heavy. This one I want to keep. This one I don't need either. I might read this one. This is fine. We don't really need these. Let's just drop them.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Let's just put this here. What else? We got a lot of coal. I guess that's alright. That's heavy. We're carrying a bunch of heavy stuff, including food. But we also have a lot of this. So let's see here. This is fine. We don't really need this. Oh, I put on the wrong one. Whoops. Now we can harvest this. We can't really repair anything, most likely. It won't be light enough. This is better than this. That's better than that. We can harvest this. Especially things that are renewable, like pants. Shoes. These are about the same. We might as well just harvest this. And I think we'll sleep, and we might actually do some repairs in the morning, just to have a little bit better equipment. So let's actually sleep. Where's the bed? There's the bed. Actually, before we sleep, we're gonna sort this out. Craft the second bandage, which we can do in the night. Even though it's night and darkness, we can apparently still prepare mushrooms and stuff like that. So we're gonna do that. You can do this while you are cooking as well, of course, but I'm just doing it now to get it all sorted. Alright, then we're going to... where's the bed? Bench. There's the bed. We don't need the herbal tea because we're quite close to full health anyway. We're not going to be able to sleep 10 hours, but we'll probably be able to sleep 8 hours. I'm still going to click 10. Let's see. Okay, it's not quite light enough yet. You see those, the sun and the moon? When the horizontal rays of the sun has crossed the horizon, then it's light. So when basically the little arrows on the side of the sun has gone over the horizon and is visible, then it's sunlight. So right now, if I try to read, for example, it won't work. I can show you. So if I try to read now, it won't let me do it. Too dark to read. If I wait a little bit, like there. And now the rays, the edges, the little pointy bits of the rays are just over the horizon.
I would say Norway is pretty cool.
Oh, someone followed me while I'm offline. Thank you, whoever that was. CJ Dust, thank you for that offline following. So right now the little pointy bits are just over the horizon, so now it should be okay to read. Yeah, let's see now it works. Take another hour, maybe an hour and a half or two, before it gets really visible. Now we're going to repair a few things to make it a bit warmer. Now these two are about the same. I would say the hat is a little bit better. This one is, we can get 0.7 degrees by repairing this, so we're going to repair this. Light shell is badly damaged. We'll get 0.7 if we repair it completely, but we're not going to be able to repair it completely. This one also, They're all pretty much the same. This one I want to repair because I don't want it to be that low condition in case we get attacked. And these are all pretty bad. I think this one is a little bit better than the t-shirt. We can repair it and compare it. Let's see. Yes, it is a little bit better. So let's take that and harvest this. We don't need to harvest. Now we can harvest this as well. And well-fed shall hidden kick into. I want to repair this a little bit as well. Light shell isn't too amazing, but it's very wind resistant. On lower difficulties, you might actually want to wear a light shell or windbreaker on top of your warm outfit just to protect yourself from wind. 1, 2, 3. None of these are really worth repairing, I'd say. These are terrible socks, but we might as well repair them a little bit just to avoid the yellow there. I think we're good now. How are we doing weight-wise? We're going to get well-fed soon. Very soon. How are we doing with this? What should we? Can we leave anything else behind? We could, but I'm not going to. Yeah, let's have some food. Let's eat some stuff. Let's eat some more of this. Let's eat some more of these things. Let's just eat this stuff. We don't really need to get more food for a little while because we're going to get cattails as well. Let's keep eating these ketchup chips. As you can see, we're doing really well with food, but if you want, you could just starve yourself and eat during the night. Okay. So I'm heavy, but not particularly heavy. I could maybe get rid of a few coal just to lighten it a little bit. Let's get rid of 5 of these. Yeah, because now, once well-fed kicks in, I will no longer be heavy. Alright, so... oh, one thing I forgot. That's not too cold, I can do it here. Let's make a little note in the journal. Left, let's see, we'll put fishing camp, highway. Left some books behind, especially on sewing. Also left some MISC stuff. I usually don't bother writing what I left behind unless it's something important. Cured guts, I guess, would be important, but I don't have that. How is this cured, by the way? How far is it? 25, okay. So I'm going to check over here. As you can see again, barely cold. Now we could run. I'm not going to. This wolf could be a little nuisance. So I'm gonna poke the deer towards the wolf. See, it might be able to do this actually. Okay. Usually they will run towards where you throw, but sometimes they run the opposite way. Okay, this wolf is actually a little bit annoying. Let's see if this works again. Go wolf, get that there. Nah, he's too far. Let's see, nothing here. We don't need that. Okay, I didn't find the hammer. There's a couple places for the hammer we didn't check, but that's okay. I would like to go over there, but the wolf is a little bit in the way. It more or less heads towards the rock. And now I'm good. Now I'm actually going to run. We can also quickly check this car that's up here before we head anywhere else. We could go up to this hill here because there's usually a corpse there that has a backpack, and you'll find a Polaroid there quite often. But we don't really need the Polaroid, so. Actually, I am carrying a few. I got 2 of them, that's fine. I'm a little bit worried about this pry bar. There's not much left, at 28%, not great. I'll take this little note. Is there anything else in here? Maybe something in here. You can check these, but it does nothing. You can also check here. The fuel cover, but again, there's nothing. There's like remnants of story modes. Maybe they'll add something in the future. But... Okay, now the river begins. I'm going to pick a few more of these for wolves. And this is salt water, but here the river begins. And here you'll find cattails. So now we have reached the bread and butter of Interloper. And how many tinders do we have? We have... I like to have at least 7, so I'm going to pick a few of them up. So each of these give 150. Now, you know, our ketchup chips is 300, so this is the same as 2 of those is the same as 1 ketchup chip. So this is really good, and this is one of the places you can get them because this is a river. You only get them on freshwater places, which is rivers and swamps and lakes. Let's get one more. Actually. Only thing we have to be a little bit careful about here is the bear. There is one bear that always roams this area, and you can run into him here. It's not good if you do. So we just gotta be careful. Just listen. Doing really well with warmth. Well-fed should kick in soon. Then we also won't be heavy, although I'm looting cattails, so that might actually change that. How are we doing with weight, actually? No, we're fine. I could run if I want, but I don't really need to. Also, when you're about halfway through fatigue, then you start taking carry capacity penalties. You can't carry as much without being heavy. So if you can stay above that, it's great. So having these cattails makes life a lot easier. You don't have to worry too much. Now there's been a lot of deer carcasses that I haven't harvested now. There was one by the fishing camp I didn't harvest. There was one by the garage I didn't harvest. There was another one by the mines. I've been past at least 3 deer carcasses so far. I think more actually. That I didn't harvest. But you can. You'll get more meat. And you'll get hides for curing. But we're doing really well with food. We're doing well with warmth. And we just want to keep going, so I'm going to leave the deer carcasses for now, and not really going to harvest them, unless I have to. And I'm still going to avoid using the bedroll for now. I'm going from bed to bed. And we're just picking these up. We're not going to be worrying about food anytime soon. We're not in a desperate hurry to get the deer boots or deer pants. So we can get that later, you know. Not a big deal. But if you do want to maximize, you can always harvest the deer carcasses as you find them. Or you can scare a wolf into a deer and then harvest the deer that they kill. You get lots of food and meat, hides and stuff. And then you can cure it and you can craft it early. So when I play a normal Interloper run, when it's just me playing the way I play normally, I play very greedily, so I tend to harvest a few more deer carcasses. I kill bunnies and I bring the killed guts with me. I will often walk through the world with 3 stinks on me. And I'll attract wolves left and right, you know. But I do that to maximize crafting so that I can actually craft the mittens and the deer pants and stuff within like day 10. Very, very early. But you don't need to do any of those things. So here's another deer carcass. This one I believe is always there. They vary a little bit. Some deer carcasses are always there. Some will vary depending on the region. So the region will have certain deer carcasses in certain locations. But it's kind of scrambled, like there's certain options for each region where it could be. And then it chooses them randomly, I believe. I do want these feathers. I'm not going to harvest it though. I don't really need anything. And I'm gonna get this metal container here. I see some mushrooms as well that I might get, just for a level cooking. Over here, let's just run to get them. We should be pretty safe from predators from this point onwards. The bear can travel up to here. It doesn't usually travel further than this. There's the backpack as well. And you don't really get wolves there either, unless they're detecting you with their smell. You can also find coal here. You can find coal along rivers. Not a lot of it, but you will find the odd coal piece. And that can give you some extra warmth. Now up here to our left is the Rabbit Grove cabin. You can see the roof of it there. We'll go up there. Let's just grab these first. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that cattail down there. I can't have to go all the way down for this that one. Just run up here. There we are. This is just called Rabbit Grove. And if I didn't have the bedroll, I would probably just sleep here. I think I'm not going to do that. I'm actually going to utilize the bedroll that I found earlier to make it a little bit easier for the ravine. But I might not need it. We'll see. I might not need the bedroll because there is a bed in the ravine at the bottom of it. So we'll see if I need it or not. You can see while I'm forcing it, I'm still burning calories. So. But normally I would probably, if I didn't have the bedroll, I would, just to be sure, I would probably sleep here for one more night now because I have the food to do it. Although it's not really that late. What I probably would do is I would stay here for the night and I would, until it gets too dark, I would read the book. Read the book and then get completely rested. And when it's light, I would leave again. That's probably what I would do. But because I have the bedroll, we have a little bit more freedom, and I'm going to try to get to the ravine in one go. But we don't actually need the bedroll anyway, because what you can do is when you get to the ravine, you can attach the rope, and then you can leave all your stuff on the top of the ravine, and then even if you are fatigued, you can still climb down, and then you can sleep in the bed in the cave at the bottom of the ravine, and then you can climb up. Or you can use the stim in the ravine to climb back up right away, and then pick up all your stuff again, and then continue. And then you can go to the dam and sleep in the trailers by the dam. So you don't need the bedroll at all. In fact, we can probably just do that. We can probably just stick to what I said, which was that I don't need to use the bedroll yet. I was just very lucky that I found it there. It is one of the possible spawns in this of the loot tables. You find up there. So, if there's anyone still watching, how far in are we? We're like 2 hours in or something? Yeah, 2.5 hours in. If you're still watching, great on you for watching all this way, listening to me just talking and playing. You know, I do this on stream now as well, but I don't stream as often these days. And sometimes it might be nice to do it off stream just to have less interruptions, but it's fun to do it on stream too. If you are still watching, I hope you're finding this useful and you're enjoying it. If you are sleeping right now, I hope you're having nice dreams, you know, sleep well. And if you are watching, if you leave a comment, maybe you should put in a code word to indicate that you actually watched this far. Maybe the code word could be waterfall. So if you leave a comment and then add at some point in the comment, quote, waterfall, then I know you actually watched this far. Alright, so let's get all of these. These are the last of the cafe. I didn't actually see any coal. Usually there is 1 or 2 of them around. But I didn't actually see any. Now to get up here into the ravine. Oh, I missed one down here. I missed 2. You just go to the right here. There we are. So we're gonna head up to the right here, and up here goes up to the trucks. You can also go this way here. You'd have to pretty much get over to the ramps and the trailers. And there's a wolf there. It's not really worth it. Now we could go to the right up here and loot the trailers at the end of these tracks, but it's not really. Oh, ow! But it's not really worth it, in my opinion. You can find pry bars there, and I think, have I ever found a hacksaw? I don't think so. I don't think it's bad. But anyway, I'm not going to bother. All right, I'm going to actually use these medicines, because it affects the vision. Normally, if I'm playing this by myself, I don't really care. I'll just leave it. It's an ankle sprain, okay. How many bandages do we have? 3 bandages. Okay, in that case, we'll bandage, because we don't really need 3 bandages. So, we are now in the ravine. Let's go. There we are. Well-fed should kick in soon as well. But we might still be heavy because of fatigue. But that's okay. So here's the Raven Falls Bridge, a beautiful location in the game. Something that's easy to be terrified of when you play the game. As a new player, it just looks really scary, like you're gonna fall through. But it's pretty safe. You just gotta be careful here. I would recommend turning autowalk off so you don't fall to your death. Athena did that once. Just cross these lines, go left, cross again, and you're fine. I've actually never fallen down there, but I've always been very careful. But people have fallen down. This is a beautiful location. If you look left now, down there is the entrance to Bleak Inlet. We could go if we wanted to. I don't really see the point. We could go there if we wanted to and get the hammer. Because you could go down there and then enter Bleak Inlet, get the code for the workshop and loot the top part, go to the cannery, and if you're lucky, if it's an Aurora, you can enter the cannery, although Fluffy might be there. Fluffy is the indoor wolf in the cannery. And you usually will find a hammer in Bleak Inlet on the boat as part of the obstacle course. But I don't think that's worth it. We have the flare gun and we have a flare. You can also scare Timberwolves off with torches, but it's a lot of hassle to do that just for a hammer and some other loot in Bleak Inlet. Bleak Inlet is one of those regions that's often just generally avoided because of the Timberwolves. It's also a very cold region. It's probably the coldest region in the game, so you'll always be cold there. Some people, like Once and Only, love Bleak Inlet. I don't like it at all. And it's not really worth going there. But you could if you had to. Yes, you could. But I don't think it's worth it. It's better to go down there and get the flare gun and then go back up. If you can't get back up because you're too tired, use a stim to get back up. But we should be fine. We have a lot of firewood and stuff. I could sprint to get there faster, but I'm trying to preserve fatigue for the climb down. So I'm going slow. Going slow also preserves energy. How am I doing with fatigue? Okay, so even if well fed kicks in now, I'll still be too heavy. There's usually some rose hips on the left here. Let's see. There they are. I want those. So you can see the... And actually down there is the exit to Bleak Inlet, right there. Now where I said earlier. Yeah. We're going to check this cave here too. This cave often has a bit of food in it. And you can find birch here as well. There's quite a lot of birch here in Ravine. That's another great thing to have. I would always, if you can, always carry a couple of birch barks or teas on you. You don't have to, but the reason is that they are the only renewable tea in the game. Because birch bark respawns. So, and birch tea then will give you a little bit of calories. It will also warm you up. And it will increase your health. And you go well fed. Yeah. You may have noticed I actually started walking a little bit faster when that happened. That's because I can carry more stuff now. A bunch of berries. Because birch tea recovers health. I can't remember exactly how much it is. I think it's when all your meters are full, you recover 1% health per hour when you're awake. However, if you drink birch tea, it's 2.5% per hour, I believe. And I think it lasts for 2 hours, so that means effectively you'll recover 5% in 2 hours. But they also stack, so you can drink multiple and they'll stack to 4 hours, 6 hours, and so on. More beans, another. We actually have a rope in the ravine this time. Hey Barry, how are you doing? How are you? Nice, having a nice day? Yeah. Okay, so we didn't need to bring the rope and be slow all this way because there was a rope here already, but that's okay. We have a rope. And we're going to go down there right now. The weather permits it just fine. And the ravine is a very safe place to be. You could almost live here. You'll find rabbits here in this cave. You'll find some more rabbits on the other side. and you'll find birch. And there's rabbits down by the ravine itself. And there's deer. Usually about 2 deer near the exit on the other side of this. There's 2 deer. I don't know if you could feasibly survive in the ravine though. I'm not sure if it's enough sustainable food because the deer would last for so long. There's only 2 of them. It will vary depending on how fast they respawn. Then there's some rabbits, there's birds. Hey, maybe you could live in the ravine. Maybe that would be an interesting challenge to try. Not the most exciting challenge exactly, but it's an interesting one to just try. I think you'd have to permit yourself to leave the ravine to get tools and matches and stuff. But once you have it, yeah, it'd be an interesting challenge. Okay, so here we are. There's a deer carcass here as well, I believe. There's usually a deer carcass here. I want the feathers. Okay, we're going to attach the rope. And then we're going to climb down. And we're going to stay down there and sleep the night. Alright. And I'm going to leave this stuff here. So whatever's heavy that I can leave behind, I'm going to leave all this stuff. Get all my good food. I'm actually not that heavy, but I'm still going to leave this stuff. Leave this. And actually, it's quite a lot of stuff. We don't need this. We don't need that. All this. All these. We'll take that, actually. We don't need this. Or anything else that's heavy. I want to take the wood with me. Yeah, that's okay. That's plenty. You can actually do like this. Alright, we can probably get down here just fine. Let's go. We can't get back up without being fully rested. But we can wait with that. We don't lose that much fatigue going down. And even if you do become fatigued going down, you won't really... It's unlikely you're going to fall down and lose your grip. That usually only happens going up. If you have the crampons, you will reduce stamina loss when climbing, but not fatigue. You're still going to take the same amount of fatigue damage if you have crampons. It's only the stamina, that is the side thing, the hand on the side, that's the only thing that's reduced. So the crampons aren't that good, but they do help climbing up a little bit. Okay, let's get these rose hips. So you see we're doing really well with clothing and everything. I'm going to pick all the sticks I could find, because we might need to start a fire and keep the fire burning. Just for warmth, really. Alright, here's a piece of coal as well, that's great. And here is the tram car. So here is the emergency kit with the 4 shells.
Where's this stuff?
So now we have an actual weapon. There's 8 more flares, I believe, and that's on Timberwolf Mountain Summit. You can't find any more extra shells. Here's this other stim. It's always there. You'll always find a stim there. I could use the stim right now to get back up right away, but it's not really strictly necessary, so we're gonna wait. You want to save the stims for wherever you can, so we're gonna rest here and try and get up without the stim, but if we have to use the stim, then we'll use it. It's fine. Most important is the flare gun. I'm picking up all of these for a fire. I'll probably harvest this deer, because this particular deer is down here where I have to make a fire anyway. But we'll see. Depends how much wood. I might actually leave it, because it depends how much wood we have. There are rabbits, but I don't think I'm going to harvest the rabbits either. we will make a fire soon. Head back up, we'll find this damn hammer. We could loot the dam. We might actually do that. Let's get these mushrooms as well. I think we might leave the deer. We'll craft some stuff instead. By the way, still no blizzard, even after the crows we saw. Against the deer. Some more mushrooms, you might as well grab them. They are food, they are heat, they are cooking skill. Alright, and there should be a bed in here. So you see, you still don't need the bedroll, you can just sleep here. Now, I'm actually going to try something real quick. We're going to sleep for 1 hour. We might be able to sleep here without lighting a fire, but we'll have to be a bit careful about that. Right, so I want to sleep for 1 hour, and then I think I can read this for 1 hour. Maybe 2, but I don't think so. Let's just see, but I don't think we can. Maybe too dark.
Trees.
Oh, no, we managed. Okay, it's actually quite warm, so I'm going to sleep here without the fire, for now at least. And now I'm going to eat all of this stuff. We have a lot of cattails, as you can see, so food is not going to be an issue for a while. There's more cattails in Mystery Lake. We'll eat this as well. But I don't want to sleep the full 10 hours because it might get colder. There might be a blizzard outside, which will lead it to be colder. So even though right now there's 9 degrees, it's too risky. Since it's quite warm and we're not near the edge of it, I would sleep probably 3 hours. Because then if it does get cold, worst case, it will trigger hypothermia within a little while, and I'll lose probably 20 or 30, 40% health. But it's fine. Also, we have full health, so sleep multiply doesn't matter. Okay, it's fine. Sleep 2 hours. The longer you sleep, the more health you recover. So it's a multiplier. The first few hours, you only recover 1% health per hour. But as you sleep longer, they multiply to 2%, 3, 4, and maximum 5% per hour. So you want to sleep as long as you can in a row, uninterrupted. But doing that here is very risky. So don't do it. If you are in this situation here, make sure you either start a fire, which will be perfectly safe. It will not blow out because you're inside a cave. So start a fire, make sure it burns long enough, and then sleep for a long time. Or sleep in increments like I'm doing now. Right? As you can see, it's still getting colder and colder and colder. So right now it's actually only +1 degree when I sleep without a fire. +1. Right now, let's see. -3. Actually, now if I sleep 1 more hour, it's going to be -1 degree. So I'm actually losing warmth sleeping now. So now I'm only sleeping 1 hour. So this is why you have to sleep in short increments or you will die. And we'll eat a few of these to get some calories back. Keep it well fed. You see, if I hadn't gone for the well fed bonus right away, then this would have been actually we would have had a ton of food now, because you can just starve yourself and only eat while sleeping. Just eat enough to make sure that you have enough calories to sleep without going hungry, and then that's good enough. That's good enough. But as you've seen, even though I've ignored several carcasses, there's some food that I didn't pick up, we still are well fed and have a lot of food. And Interloper, it hasn't really been a challenge so far. We only really... we can sleep 1 hour like this, because it's only going to be -2. Interloper hasn't been much of a challenge. There was only the encounter with the bear. That was a little bit close, and that was about it. Okay, now it's going to be colder. It's -5. It's going to be windy. We might want to start the fire now. Maybe it will be warm enough. Actually, because we're very close to full, I'm going to sleep 1 more hour. Sorry, Astrid. Here's the blizzard, our first blizzard. I'm not going to climb in this weather, so I will actually start a fire now. Nope, I'm not going to use that, but we can use the book, yes. If the blizzard wasn't there, I would probably leave right now and climb back up. But that's a little bit risky. I mean, I can do it. I know exactly where I'm going. But you need to know exactly where you're going for that to work. Let's not do that right now. Let's get all the heavy things in there. Get rid of some weight. That's good. We don't actually have that much water, so I'm actually going to do this. Always make water if you can. Let's prepare some birch. Let's prepare some of these. We have a lot of mushrooms here. We don't really need them. So let's make some more water. Make one more of this. I can read. Okay, and let's make one more. And we're actually going to read the book while we do that instead of crafting. Okay, the wind is dying down, but no, it's not. It's still going. That's enough water. I'm actually going to now sleep for 2 hours. Let's put one more coal on here. I'll sleep for 3 hours actually. Doing it fully rested. See if the blizzard can stop. It's still going. Okay. We can make one more batch of water that we can just leave behind here. And then we're going to read, finish this book. We should level up our cooking. There we are. That should level us up, I think. Oh, it didn't level us up? Oh no, I'm very close, I think. We need a few more of these. As you see, we still haven't used the bedroll. Alright, and we should be fine climbing back up now. So as you can see, we got through that night. No bedroll used because there's a bed in that cave. We could have actually, if you wanted food, you could have harvested that there. Just make sure you have enough fuel for a fire for the night, if necessary. You could have harvested a rabbit, so there's plenty of food and opportunity to make water. So you should... I have survived 2 or 3 days down here, if necessary, due to the blizzard. So just make sure you have enough fuel, really. You can survive down there for long periods. And then when it clears up, and you are fully rested, or close to fully rested, then you climb back up. And this should be okay. Possibly we'll get a bit tired halfway through. If that happens, we'll dump some stuff. So let's just go. Remember, you can rest on ledges. We don't have the crampons, so if we had the crampons, we should be able to get up all the way in one go. It is possible to get up in one go right now as well, but I think we'll lose too much stamina doing it, so we're going to have a little break here. Stop on this ledge. Might as well grab these sticks. Wait for the bar to regenerate. We can have 2 cattails in the meantime. See, the snow walker feat also affects the regeneration for climbing because they're the same. So it allows you to climb faster as well. And you just need to go up to its red because it doesn't matter how far it is after that. And then we can go back up. And it's actually good timing because now it's late in the afternoon. We're heading towards the evening and we've already lost half of our fatigue. Going up. That wasn't even half actually. There we are. We made it up. Let's get our stuff back. I'm actually a bit heavy now. Well, that's alright. Actually, we can just dump that, I guess. Yeah, we don't really need it. Let's also dump... just so that we're not heavy anymore. And now I think I'll sprint, because now I'm not heavy, not carrying stuff. I don't really care if I get tired in the evening anyway, so you can run a bit, get places faster. We can also utilize the warmth of the day, because it's warm, so we could also take it easy and just not worry about anything, because we're going to be warm. I want to pick up all the birch I can find here, because that is health regeneration, it is heat, but also it is leveling cooking. So we can do that. There is a cave just over there. But we don't really need anything in that cave, so we're going to leave it. A lot of birch, which is it's also food. We are, however, going to check over here. Because you can find a jerry can over here. Which you don't really need this in the early game. But it's handy. It's handy for the lantern refill. I'm heavy again now. Sometimes you can find a rope here as well. The rope in a ravine usually spawns 1 in 2 places, which is here, or in the cave where I saw it earlier. It's usually there you'll find it. Let's see if there's a jerry can here. Scrap metal. Scrap metal. Yeah, there's the jerry can. And the hammer is here as well. Fantastic.
Thank you.
We found the hammer, so now we can go straight to crafting. We'll take this as well, and we'll refill it right away because it's, I believe it weighs less when it's in here. You can actually kind of calculate it, so we need 59 of this. And this is 77
I'm
now.
not sure I can carry much more.
1.3. Actually, I think it's about the same. I'll calculate that later. Yeah, now we have the hammer, so now we're good. We also found some scrap metal along the way. See, I already have 6 scrap metal. That's enough for 12 arrowheads, or 1 hatchet and 2 arrowheads. But there's also some scrap metal around for Lunatica, so even if I can't find a hacksaw, we should be able to get at least 10 scrap metal. But there probably is going to be a hacksaw in Fallen Muskeg. It can be in Spencer's farm itself, but it can also be in the bunkhouses. Let's just go this way to get the cattails. There's the deer I was talking about. And this tutorial run I'm doing now will continue all the way until I have gotten the bow pretty much, maybe the first hunt. From that point on you can probably be self-sustainable, so that's the idea here. We're going to go up here because there's a little area here that's nice to loot. We could, by the way, go into the dam, but I don't know if it's necessary. Now that we have the hammer, we might come back for the dam. Only thing is that there might be some scrap metal in there, so I'm considering going through the dam just to see if I can find the hacksaw and get some more scrap metal, but not loot the whole dam. But there's also likely going to be a hacksaw in Mystery Lake and in Fallen Muskeg, so I don't think it's necessary, to be honest. But we could check just to be safe. We can check without looting the whole thing. Let's get all of these things. There's the feathers for this. The great thing about finding a hacksaw prior to forging is that you can cure the saplings while you forge, which is the greatest part. But I haven't found a hacksaw yet, which means that I have to either find one now in Mystery Lake, or I have to find it in Fallen Muskeg or craft a hatchet in Fallen Muskeg and then use that to get the saplings down. So which will be a slower thing, which would mean that you would need, you know, you would need a few days not hunting. But that's okay because we have the flare gun. We could maybe try and take down a bear with the flare gun. So let's go via the dam just to see if we can find the hacksaw. We have the hammer now. Now we're back in wolf territory, so we might want to have the flare gun up. And this route I've been taking is quite good because if your spawn was something like Timberwolf Mountain, Ash Canyon or Pleasant Valley, you might want to do the route I'm doing now, but just in reverse. And you'll be fine. You can forge in the Riken. Actually, let's do this. So the wolf can follow you in. Sometimes it glitches through, but usually not. Now there's usually always a deer carcass here. I'd like to say this is always here, but it's not actually always here. It does happen, but it's not here. I believe if it's not here, it will instead be over on that side over there. Instead of the corpse or something like that. It's fairly frequent. In most of my runs, I probably would say 3 out of 4 runs, it is there. Okay, so we're only going to check a couple places in here. We're going to see first here if there is a hacksaw. And I'll tell you what, I'll light the lantern just for some better visibility, although this isn't so bad. So we can see a little, it's actually not that dark, but let's just check. For hacksaw, we might as well check this. Okay, that's fine. No. Doesn't look too good. We're not going to open the safe. Actually, we will open the safe because the safe can have an air wrap in there. So let's see. That was like 14 or something. 15. 15 and then 25, I think. $26, 15, 26, and then we'll go a bit slow. Do you have a click? Do like a couple times. Listen for the click. There it is, and then let go. Let's see. Nothing this time. Okay. No hacksaw here. There's a few places it can be. Let's check down here. We're just gonna run through it. Let's go over here. I could dump some stuff and just move less heavy. So there's also often tools here. Not today though. Now another thing I want to check is up here, because you can find a fire striker. By the way, we don't actually need this light at all, but it will just make it slightly more visible for you, and also it'll be a little bit easy to see the nooks and crannies. I'm not going to loot any of this stuff. We'll leave that for another time. I could loot it though. We're not really in a hurry to do anything. You could just loot the dam right now. Loot all this stuff and you know, be well off. There's no real hurry to get the bow crafted. It's just that you're more protected and more well off then. No flare. There's usually a flare here. Okay. We just want to check, that's all. So let's just see here. I want to check over here because sometimes, doesn't look like it's today, but sometimes there is a fire striker here. Not today though. That's something I could have also checked in the... let's see if we can just jump down. Well, how much damage will we take? We can't actually jump down. That's silly. There is a fire striker spawn by Jackrabbit Island, below the hut, by the coastal waters. There's a corpse there by the cliffs, behind the hut on Jackrabbit Island, and it can spawn a fire striker. Let's see here. Some of these matches here, no matches today. Let's check here quickly. Nope. Okay, I want to see if there's a hacksaw over here, and then we'll be out. We'll loot the rest of it later. I do recommend looting the dam though, generally, because there's a lot of containers to loot. You're probably going to find quite a bit of food here. You're going to find possibly some tools. There's 2 toilets that have water in them. And yeah, there's resources. So, yeah. I will take this. Doesn't look like there's anything. We'll open this. And there should be a torch here that's usually full. No, this one isn't full. This is not a full one. Let's just run again. Just because I can. This one is always here as well. It's decent, so that should be better than this. Once it's repaired, I think. And here it is. The hacksaw. This is the one I was thinking of. So voila. I have bad memories of this place because I died to this red spaghetti last time, but it's not quite evening yet. Alright, let's take this off now. We found the hacksaw, so that means that there's 2 things we can do. We can now get more scrap metal. And we can also get saplings, which is what we should do. I might rest. I might break down some metal and sleep for the night in the trailers. There's a ton of metal here in the dam. So metal is something you're probably never gonna really run out of metal for arrowheads. Not really. In fact, you're never really gonna run out of arrowheads because they are recyclable. If the arrow breaks, you can harvest it and you get the arrowhead back. It's the saplings that's the issue. Alright, but we found the hacksaw. I was hoping it would be there. So now we're all good, really. We can go and forge. We can also get saplings. So I want to take... you know, there was an argument there. Let's leave it. I could have gone down to Winding River there. Because in Winding River, there's maple. I could have done that, actually. But we'll leave it. We'll find some other maple. I know a few places where there's maple. In the meantime, we're gonna head out and we're gonna get some metal, and then we're going to head to the forge. So we're gonna get some saplings on the way. We'll leave them in camp office if we can. But let's break down some stuff first for some more metal. We'll break down these shelves. These. Here's 8, takes 3 hours, should be fine. Now we have 14 of that, that's enough.
Can you eat trees?
Oh, he's tired. Okay, let's go. And again, I'm going to try and stick to this no bedroll rule, just so I would normally sleep in the dam, but we can just sleep in the trailers instead.
Man, I could use a drink.
Let's head to the trailers. Just grab a quick bite of this. Let's see here.
I can lay down.
Oof, he's slow. That's alright though. So we're gonna sleep here and then we're gonna head to the forge, but try and find some birch and maple along the way. There's a couple places it could be in Mystery Lake. Oh god, I'm stuck. Gotta be a little bit careful here. I'm gonna actually take this out in case the wolf appears. Can't see him. Let's go. We'll sleep in this bed here. There we are. Let's get inside. Alright, so let's get the light back up so we can see. No, not that one. There we are. Alright, let's see here. What we got? There's flute in here first. You'll never. Oh, okay. Well, that could be handy. Let's drop this quickly. You'll never really find stims in those things. Stims will be in predetermined locations, but there are a couple of random ones. You can get an extra stim in Ash Canyon, in Miner's Folly. There can be an extra stim, and there can also be a stim in Broken Railroad. So you can get 12 in total. The spawns for them are Lighthouse in Desolation Point, Cinder Hills Mine in Coastal Highway, the Ravine Tram where we just were. Mystery Lake doesn't have one. Fallen Musket has one in Edge March. Bleak Inlet doesn't have one, but you can get one if you're lucky in like a medicine chest. Broken Railroad has 2 to 3. One in maintenance yard in the box one in Hunting Lodge that's always there, and one in Ravine that I think is always there as well. Tin Wolf Mountain has one at the summit. Ash Canyon has one near Gold Mine behind a little corner before the gold mine, before the cave, before the climb to
Tongue
gold
feels
mine.
like sandpaper.
You can also go in a Miners Folly. I think that's all of them. Did I? Oh, Milton has one in the plane crash. That's all of them, I think. Okay, so let's sleep. Oh, I might smash this one open because it's so low condition. I'll eat this because it's low, and this is stuck up on this. And we'll go via the camp office. The camp office will be at least our temporary base. We'll stack everything that we don't need. We'll come back there for food and whatever. So it might be a little bit heavy on the way there, but we'll be okay. Let's just eat all of this stuff. Drink this. Alright, let's leave 10 hours because we are fully dead. So oh, Aurora. Nice. Okay. I would drink. We might sleep another 2 hours. I want to have as much stamina as possible. It's cold. And let's see if something I can dump something. I don't mind being a bit heavy, but if I can help being a little less heavy, it would be good. Let's just have as much food as we can to lighten that load. This is stuck up on that. We'll get some more cattails now anyway, because we're going to do a little. We're going to head to camp office, but via detour basically, to get cattails and saplings. Especially maple we're looking for. Let's see, can I dump something? We're carrying a lot of that stuff. We don't really need this. I've been carrying it around. It's not really necessary. Can I just refill this? And cancel. You don't want to empty this. I'm actually going to leave it here because you can refill these. If it goes empty, it will disappear. But if you leave a little bit in it and then you go fishing and you have it in your inventory, it will refill. So you should be careful with that. Let's dump one of these. We don't need another of these shoes. What else is causing me to be so heavy? Don't need this, I guess. No, well, I'm not sure I'm that. Oh, this is fine. We can walk around with this. It's just a little bit heavy. Alright, so we're gonna go and look for saplings, but we're gonna do a little detour. We're gonna go down here first to get cattails. This might be a little bit too high. We can go here, right? Yeah. There's cattails and mushrooms over here. I'm going to leave the mushrooms, and we don't have to get every single cattail. So let's just get the ones that are here at least. And we can keep an eye out for moose spawn as well. Cattails will make things so much easier. I don't know if you ever knew, but there's this fire pit here. Never anything here though. Please not an interloper. I missed this one. Some of them are easy to miss. You can turn the graphics down, and that will cause it to be a little bit easier to see. It'll pop out, but it won't look as nice. I did no moose spawn here because there's no moose marking, so there will not be a moose here. It will then instead, if there is a moose in Mystery Lake, which is likely, it's going to be by the unnamed pond cabin, or it's going to be by Trapper's cabin. Trapper's cabin would be the best if it was there. We're going to get all of these because this is food, and will keep us sustained for a long time. If we get all of these, we don't have to worry about getting cattails in full-on muskeg because we'll have so much food. Think of it as a river of ketchup chips. They're like half-full ketchup chip bags. So we're going to get all of these. We might as well get... that's not so big a deal. So I want to check here now for birch. There's often birch right here. Let's see if they are here this time. I don't see any actually. It's cold, so I'm going to run a little bit, even though I'm heavy. No birch that I can see. That's a shame. Then we're going to go via... We're going to hug the wall up here. We're going to go up this way. Because you can find maple and birch this way too. There's quite a few places in Mystery Lake you can find it, but it can be a little bit of a fiddle to get it. Now where we're heading now, you can find birch, you can find maple in these odd locations along the route all the way to basically the lookout, and then also along the way to the trapper. So we're more or less going to hug the wall from here to Trapper's cabin, kind of, to look for maple and birch. There's also birch by the pond, most likely. There's some near Trapper's. Where else is there? There's also some by that little plateau above Mystery Lake. It looks like a blizzard is coming. Okay. If that's the case, I'm only going to look for 2 locations over here. For birch and maple. Let's get up here. Let's go. The birch is around this little corner over here. It's very hidden. People often don't see it because it's hidden between some rocks. You usually only see this birch sapling if you're going up for a lookout and then back. Should be over here, I think. And then I think we'll probably want to get inside. Should be here. Is it here? Oh, frostbite risk. That's not good. No. Is it not there this time? I guess it's not there this time. Alright. Let's head back. As long as you see these clear-cut things here, you're not going to be lost. Don't worry. I'm going to go along this edge here to see if there's maple here. Sometimes there is. Maybe the birch was there, I just didn't see it because of the blizzard, but if you're not too sure of your surroundings, you should just leave the search and don't do what I'm doing now. Just stick to the road. Stick to the road, because then you'll be safe. I don't see any saplings along these edges, so we'll leave that. So let's go left and go back to the road. This is the road, kind of, isn't it? There we are. Here's the wall of the road. And if you just follow this, we'll get to the trailers on the left. And we can pause in there. Wait out this blizzard. There we are. Here's the trailers. There's nothing I need in here, so for now I'm not gonna really loot it. But we'll go in this one. This one usually has the best loot, I think. And then we'll continue the search once the blizzard is over. Just do this. Let's take that. Let's do this. Alright, let's just sleep an hour. Actually, let's sleep 2 hours to get some health back and some warmth. I'll just wait for this to blow over. Okay. We don't have to do it. Frostbite? No, not really. Actually, that reminds me. I don't have any gloves at all. But I do have cloth. Only one piece, though. There's something I can harvest. Yeah, I can harvest this. Let's just wear that. It's nice anyway. Harvest that. What else? Is there anything else I can harvest? Because I can craft these ones. I need 4 for that. Is there any cloth here? Well, there's this, but that doesn't really count. There might be in the other ones. Let's have a look. Then I can craft the gloves. I actually forgot about that earlier. I could have done that when I was in the cabins in Coastal Highway, but I just didn't think of it. I just forgot about it, to be honest. But I should have made them right away. I just didn't. I completely forgot. I couldn't have done it until I got the sewing kit, but I got that in Coastal Highway. So. Let's open this. We're looking for cloth. There's a lot of cloth in Mystery Lake, but got a knife or anything. I don't think I can grab any of this stuff. Alright. That's a shame. Let's check here quickly. We don't need more of those things. I want this. The pot is always better because it makes more. Unforgiving blizzard this is. Need knives to get all that stuff. Yeah, no, nothing here. We might as well sleep an hour just to warm up and get some fatigue back, because we'll be doing some more running. Now, come on. I don't really want the night to hit. Come on. That's... well, we can craft some stuff while we wait. These things. There we are, it's done. That took a while. I'm still a little bit heavy, that's not too great. I would like those wraps. Okay, let's continue the search. So there is a potential spawn up here, near the bear cave. The thing is, on Mystery Lake, the spawns are a little bit sporadic. Like maple and birch, they're like all over. There's certain places where they tend to always be, or you'll find some of them. But like the one by the dam is a good one. There's one by the unnamed pond. There's usually something there. But the other ones, the individual maple saplings and what have you, they can be dodgy. They're not always there. You sometimes find it up on these like hills up here, like a lone maple or a lone birch will just be up here in the hills, and we're not really Normally, I don't really care about those. It's better to do it later in the game to comb for them. But we are in the early game and we need to find it. Oh, I see it. Yeah, here is the maple. This is what I was thinking of. If you just hug these edges like this, you'll find a couple of these things. Alright, that is the most important. Birch is easier. There should be some birch by the unnamed pond. And if we can do that, we might as well head to Trappers, I guess. I suppose so. I don't think there's any maple or birch here. But if I remember correctly, there can also be a maple by the cabin where there has the moose spawn. And then there's birch by the... Got the bang? No, it wasn't the bang. There's also birch by the unnamed pond and by the cabin itself there can be birch. Let's just keep going. I'm going to run because it's getting late anyway, so it doesn't matter if I'm tired. And if we're heading to Trapper's cabin, then that might as well be the main base. Don't see anything. I'm not sure if it is here. Oh, I can. There's a lot of... Mystery Lake is a much bigger region than people think, because there's all these edges, locations like these you can go up to, and you'll be surprised. You'll find little things that you'll find cans, you'll find birch. There's a couple of them that have backpacks lodged all the way in the end up there. You can find maple, mushrooms, you know, there's all sorts of things you can find. So the people don't usually go there. And if you survive in the long run for Interloper, you know, if you actually get through this and you survive a long time, then I highly recommend setting a goal for yourself to fine comb everything. Oh, I see more. There they are. You should set a goal for yourself to like fine comb and loot the whole world, because you'll be surprised like what you missed. There'll be all sorts of little things that you missed here and there. Oh wow, is this maple? I'll have a ton of maple then. I really need birch. For example, things like this. Like, did you know that up here, all the way up here, away from logging camp, there is this backpack here, for example? Nothing in it this time. There's 2 maple here. I didn't remember that they were here. I thought this was birch, but oh well. We'll take them. On my run, which is as of today, it's almost on day 900. I did re-loot the entire world, and I found a bunch of every zone had a bunch of little things I missed. You know, some clothing, some food, some tools. And now I started looking in detail into the areas I know the least again. And again, I found little things I missed. In one area, I think it was actually Ash Canyon, I had completely missed 2 small areas, and one of them had 2 birch saplings in it, which is great on day 900 Interloper. So, just, you know, the world is much bigger than you think. There are a few high-end locations. Oh, here's the moose. And there's a lot. Oh, there's a lot of things to find. Is there a moose? No moose, but this is where it spawns. There's a lot of things to find in the world. All sorts of things to find, comb, and look for. So I recommend going about and just looting. Look everywhere. Look here, there's another one. Is this maple as well? I'm gonna use this. That's what I want to get there faster. That's even more maple. I have too much maple now. I didn't remember it was up there, actually. I thought it was here. But maybe that's a random thing. It depends. Actually, the maple was the thing I was worried about, because I have before on Mystery Lake looked all over the place and really struggled to find maple. But we can harvest these if you didn't realize it, because we have the hacksaw. If you don't have the hacksaw, you have to craft the hatchet. Okay. So we now have 4 maple, which is a bit overkill. We don't need that many. I mean, we do for the long run, but... Okay, we got a new pie bar,
This stuff will come in
100%. Great, I'm gonna just drop this one then, it's too low. So we have 4 maple now, which is a little too much. I didn't expect to find that. Polaroid. Looks like the overlook. But that's great, so we now have the materials for the bow. We just need birch now. So let's find birch. Let's just have a quick look in here if there's anything of interest. Heavy, but that's okay. Actually, quickly, let's just grab this. We could sleep here, actually, I suppose. And let's craft this. Because then we don't have to worry about frostbite anymore. There we go. I should have made those earlier. I don't know why I didn't think of it. I guess I was too busy talking to myself, technically. But yeah, I should have done that. And now we know what the moose spawn is. So this is the moose spawn. And I'm going to take these painkillers just for to get visualization up. Not necessary at all, but just so you guys can see more. Painkillers do expire, and when they do, you can't use them. Although someone told me you can use them through the radial menu, so that's fine. But there's just so much rosehip tea in the world that, don't use it. But you do want to keep some handy, though. Let's look for the bear. No bear. Good. Because you don't want to use them excessively. But this early in the run, it's no worries. Just use them. But you need to always have some spare ones for the moose, because if you get stomped by moose, you have to have painkillers or rosehip tea. It doesn't actually tell you that it's rosehip tea. It says that you have to have painkillers, but rosehip tea is fine. So you need to save some rosehips for encounter. Now, because we have the hacksaw, we can actually harvest this right away. So it's no biggie. But
I would say no, it is pretty cool.
oh, thank you for the follow. Kohan 25 moves for another offline follow. But yeah, in the beginning here you can just use things freely. Oh, there's the fire striker. 22%. Wow, that sucks. That's bad. Okay, here there's often birch as well, and I think I see some. So what we can do then is we can leave the birch and the maple in the trapper's cabin. Oh yeah, this is good. Oh good, yes, yes, yes. There's 5 of them. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. Sometimes there's also a lone sapling down here.
I need to find a place to rest.
I don't know if it will be here now, though, considering that these were here, but we can have a look. If you're ever lost and you really need to find something, you know, you can look up the loot tables. You can also download an app made by an independent called is it Extended Night? No, yeah, Extended Night Companion. It's on Google Play. It has all the maps of the Long Dark, and you can look up there. You can look up there where spawns are for, you know, moose, maple, birch, wherever. Oh, it is there. I am remembering correct. Nice. So you can use that as a tool if you are stuck and you don't really remember or know where things are. I know where most things are, but there's a few fringe, you know, mushrooms and sapling locations that I don't know at the top of my head. If you ask me to point all of them on a map, I probably wouldn't get all of them right. But they come with experience just playing the game.
I could eat a horse.
And some people look things like that up right away. There's a wolf. And some people avoid it like the plague. I might have to shoot this wolf if he gets too close. I can probably avoid him though. You can, if memory serves, I think you can find a maple here. Not 100% sure about that though. I think so. Oof, I'm slow now. Yeah, now we have everything we need. We have the flare gun for protection, we have the hammer, we have the hacksaw, we have materials, we have saplings. So I'm going to sleep now in trappers, then I'm going to go to Fallen Muskeg. It'll take a day or two. I think when we come back from Fallen Muskeg, it will still not be completely cured, but maybe. If I run there, I have to sleep more, and then it probably will be cured after. Oh, come on, Astrid. Where did this wolf go with? So with the moose, we now know is by unnamed pond.
For shelter.
The question is if the bear is here or not. Didn't see it by the pond, so I have a suspicion that the bear is here. Because in Mystery Lake is a bit unusual, because in most of the maps, the bears have fixed spawns. They always spawn equal amounts, or the fixed amount every time in all the maps. So, for example, in Coastal Highway, you'll find a bear by... You'll find a bear by the garage. You'll find a bear on the ice. You'll find a bear by the river. I think that's it. Those are the three. But they're always there. Always. At least I've never not seen them. And in Ash Canyon, there's always a bear in Miner's Folly. In Timberwolf Mountain, there's always two bears. You know, one up the river. Actually, there's three bears. One up the river from the hut. One near the wing to the east of the hut. And one up by Eric's Falls. So they're always there. But Mystery Lake is a bit different in that it has 4 spawn locations for a bear, and only 2 of them will be active as far as I know. So the 4 locations are here in Trapper's Cabin, Unnamed Pond, the logging camp where we were. Sometimes there's a little backpack here as well. Did I check for that? And also on the ice on Mystery Lake. And I believe only 2 of them will be active at any given time. I haven't seen any of them so far. So I'm guessing it's here and on the ice. I think actually the ice is usually always there. But I'm not sure about that. Alright, so we made it here. We have all the tools we need. We are good. We will loot this as well, and then we will head to Fallen Muskeg. Let's just do this as well. Let's just loot all of this, because this is going to be our main base. At least for now, this is going to be our main base. Another hammer. Okay. We have 2 hammers now. Let's check under here. Nothing there except this. Let's see if there's a mag lens here. No, then the mag lens is in the camp office or the lookout tower. It's always in one of these 3 places. The guaranteed spawn. Alright, so first things first, drop all of these. And drop these. Let's just drop this deer pelt as well. And actually I need to kill some rabbits. Because we also need... Okay, it was 12 or something. We also need 12, yeah. The guts for the bow. Was that like 1? Didn't quite see it. 59. Oh, 59. Ah, damn. Not too far. I think that's 25, right? Oh, Mackinac. Wow. I think that's probably better than any of these. I can wait to fix that. Alright, let's sort ourselves out food-wise a little bit. Let's eat some of these. Just to get going. One small issue with the rabbits is that I can't really run. But we'll try and get them anyway. But we really need to get some guts. And we can harvest those guts as well, I suppose. But there should be a few rabbits here. Let's see if I can grab them. Now I have to go and harvest the guts from that carcass. Because I need it for the bow. They take the same amount of time to cure as the saplings, I think. So it's pretty much the same. Come on. Yeah, the rabbits. What? Oh, they've gone for the night. Silly rabbits. Okay, well, we're gonna go for this deer. I think it has 2 guts, and I think we only need 2, isn't it? It's just 2. It's 2, yes. So let's just go get those quick. I'm gonna be a little bit slow because I'm heavy and tired. But it shouldn't be too bad. Come on. Come on, Astrid. We can do this. I believe in you, Astrid. So we'll get these guts. And we'll also cure the saplings. And we'll see. Let's see. Maybe they will be cured when we get back. Maybe. Now this one I usually do harvest. It's actually quite warm, so I could harvest the whole thing. I suppose. That might take a little while. But we might want the food actually for this. Yeah, this one we could harvest, I suppose. We got a lot of matches, so. Let's harvest this one properly. Yeah, let's burn the wood. And we got a lot of this accelerant stuff, so I'm just going to use it. You should always carry one with you just for the sake of having it. Wait. No. Oh, that was like no meat on this at all. That's alright though. Let's do this. Let's make some of this. I don't think cooking leveled. Nice. Alright, now we can do this. Might as well get the hide. Oh. That's alright. We'll just take this and head back.
Really trees?
Should be around here. And no, Astrid, you can't eat trees. Except birch. Don't worry too much about getting lost in the blizzard here around Trappers, because just head in a straight line and you'll recognize it eventually. You can see the silhouette of it right here. Even if you don't hit it right away, you know, you'll find a little path that goes up, or you'll find, you know, these rocks over here, or you'll find the rocks over there, and you'll find it, so it's not a big deal. Okay, we're all set now. We have all the materials for a bow and arrows, except the arrowheads, which we'll now go and make. I'm being very conservative, or like liberal rather, very liberal with food, because I'm not harvesting all the carcasses, I'm not going for all the rabbits and all this stuff. But we should be fine, especially going to Fallen Muskie where there's a ton of captains. So we're gonna sleep, and then we'll do some inventory management after. So let's drop this here, procuring. Let's get a bow. Another one of these. Now we're going to sleep. I'm gonna maintain this. I'm gonna eat this. I think I left the curing tablets behind, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Let's just eat these. It's just easier. We'll do some inventory management after. I wish there was a button that was like eat X amount. You can just click eat, and then like it will ask you how many you want, as opposed to eating one at a time. It's a bit of a snore, to be honest. All right, I'll drink. I'll sleep. 10 ounce. Let's do some inventory management in a minute. We're going to sleep 2 more hours. And then we're going to do some management. So I'm going to put everything to do with arrow crafting in here. It lets me load. So this goes in there, and in here we put everything else. So we don't really need this. I always carry some of it though. Oh, actually, we might do some repairs before I head out. This we need to repair for sure. I only have 2 cloth, but hopefully it will be enough. We'll give it a try. Okay, we got that. Good. That is great, and this is actually slightly better. If that's the case, we want to do it in reverse, I think, because it's more wind protection. Maybe this we can just harvest, to be honest. Doesn't matter that we're killing time, because we're probably going to run there partially. What else can we fix? These could be fixed. We'll keep the last cloth. Okay, that's failed. So. Okay. These things can be dropped and just left here. Also the medicine stuff, that's excess. We don't need this because we have that. We can just put all of these in here too. Let's keep a couple of these with this. What about birch and stuff? How heavy is that? Not particularly heavy. We can take that with us. We can now do some more inventory management. So let's start here. We don't need this with us. We don't need all of these matches. We can leave some of these. Do we have duplicates or anything? No. We can leave this stuff behind except the dog food. And that drink. Just to lighten the load a bit. We don't really need the gunpowder. We don't really need... what else? We don't need this for now. We don't need these two. We don't need this. Actually, just, you know, we can just put this in here too, just to lighten the load a bit. Scrap metal we do need. Coal and that we do need. Yeah, that's better. All right, then we are good. Let's go. Let's head to Fallen Muskeg now. We have the hammer. We have hacksaw if necessary. We got this. We got coal. These things are curing. Maybe they'll be cured when we get back. Oh yeah, let's just go. Let's go, people. We're gonna run, just because it's faster, and it's kind of cold right now. That's a deer. Be a little bit careful here. There could be a wolf coming over this hill. We have the flare gun though, so that you can use the flare gun for hunting, but it's mostly a deterrent. Because if a wolf now suddenly jumped me, I can be like, boom. I can shoot it very, very fast. So you're really, really safe with the flare gun. It even scares off the bear. Sometimes there... Oh, I can tell it's bugged for me. It says new location discovered, but doesn't say the name of the location. Sometimes there's a birch sapling here. I can see it now, but we can grab these then. Oh, there it is, yeah. We might as well... Nah, we can leave this for later, because we got 11 of them back in the base. We don't need that many. And now we have the bedroll, but I still don't need it, because you have a bed in Spencer's farm. So we'll just sleep there. However, if I need to, I'll sleep somewhere else, but I don't think it'll be necessary. If you see me turning like this quickly, I'm doing it to check my sprint meter. You see, because if I click the sprint button, of course I start sprinting, so that's not a good way of checking it. If you're walking sideways and then click sprint, you won't actually sprint, but the meter will still show up, so you can see how far it is. So you just like look to the side, and then you click sprint, and then you get it. And when I say look to the side, I mean you go sideways, and then you don't hold the W button, you hold the side button, the A or D. You might as well. No, we can leave these. Wood? Wood? No. We're gonna head to Poaches. We're gonna take the easiest route to Spencer's farm. If you are not that familiar with the route, is to go along the wall, hug the wall. Just stay left the entire time. Stay left, left, left. Go left, 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 left. And just go up here. That's the easiest way, because then eventually you will just get to Spencer's. I'm going to go straight ahead, and I'm going to go to Poaches and then across. If it wasn't such bad weather blowing in my face, I would go and check where the moose spawn is. Come on. So slow, and we're gonna get cold as well. We might start a fire in Coach's cabin.
Wait. I'm so cold. I'm warming up a bit.
Really careful about wolves and bears here. Let's grab these. There is a lot of these. Yeah, I think it's about 300 of these in Fallen Muskeg. So there's going to be a lot to pick up for sure. This wind is very annoying. We don't need to pick up every single cattail we find. But we'll get most of them. This weather isn't the greatest. We'll make do. Oh look, crows. A storm must be coming. Because if this is not a storm that we're in now, because it's not a blizzard technically, then the little gust of wind we saw earlier was definitely not a storm. That was like some strong wind that lasted for a few minutes. The weather did change though. Changed from windy to still. That could have been because of the crow. That would be interesting. But I'm not convinced. I don't know if this is worth this. Is it better? No, it's worse. Harvest it. Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely bugged for me. It says new location discovered and doesn't say the name. Okay, we don't need to stay here because it's already, I'm warming up. The wind stopped and I'm warming up, so we're just going to keep moving. There's no point really staying there. Let's loot these. Okay, I'm just going to go autowalk. You got to be a little bit careful with the ice here, but it's fairly safe. There's few wolves here, so you're pretty safe overall. It's some good loot. It's not that hard of a route. You just look for pretty much these rocks, and then those rocks down there, and it's to the right of those rocks. Let's see. Silly wolf. get these cattails as well. Let's see here. And there's usually a little bit of minor loot there. Yeah, there's a backpack. Sometimes you'll find good loot there. There might be like a campfire and some cans and stuff, but this time it was just that. So this route isn't that hard, as I said. But just look for that big rock there, and then you go past it and you see these two easy rocks that are kind of like split apart. And from here you can actually kind of see it. Down there is that the... Yeah, there's the pier, as you can see. And Spencer's farm is over there. So now you just go right. Then you got it. So let's just cross there. Be careful on the ice. Let's see over here. Okay, be a little bit careful here because there could be wolves here. Let's grab this as well. I don't really care if I'm heavy right now. Oh, I guess we can take it. There's usually pieces of scrap metal here and there around here. So you'll get quite a bit of material. But if you're unlucky, you can get wolves. I once crossed this pier and there were 4 wolves. And I actually didn't have any weapons on me. So the only way I got across was to make a campfire every few meters to hold them at bay. And then I got rid of them. Don't see any wolves this time though. Let's get all the coal. Shoot all the stuff.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
I don't think I need those things. Oh wow, the day carcass is here. That's actually one of the first times I've seen the day carcass here. I'm actually going to harvest the meat right away because it's warm enough and I don't care if I attract wolves. Be very careful doing this because wolves could attack you while you're harvesting and that's really bad. Then you'll be possibly defenseless, although you have the flare gun. But because I didn't see any wolves and that was only 18 minutes, I decided to take the risk. Okay, now the locations worked. There we are. So we reached the forge. This is probably the best forge just because it's outdoors. So that means fires burn longer. And also you don't get cabin fever. So let's look a little way around here. There should be matches here. There we are, yeah. These matches here are guaranteed. They always spawn here. So if you spawn in full on muskeg, you should head here. Because you'll find the matches, always. It's also outdoors, so if you're doing like the Interloper challenge or whatever, it's a good one to get 1 or 2 of those gloves. Okay, we're pretty safe in here. Wolves can't really enter. I mean, they can, but it's kind of rare. Another one of these books. I guess we'll take it. Now, these boxes here actually have loot in them. I think it's this one has the dog food in it. Let's just eat a little bit and I will find out. I think it's this one that has the dog food. Yes, so this one has 2 dog food in it always. And here's some more metal if we need that. There's a safe over there. We can open. Let's do this so I don't smell. And then it's... I think it's this one has the accelerants. No, then it's this one then. I could open it. Let's just eat this. Who cares?
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
They're heavy and like they don't give that much food, so let's just eat it. So let's just smash that open for the sake of it. There's this one and the big one. There we are, 2 accelerants. And there's also this
I'm not going to be able to carry
safe.
much longer.
Just be careful with the wolves. But you can reach the safe by going this way and go here. That was what, 17 or something? $17.57 or something. Oh, come on. $17.58. I usually go quick, and then once I'm like halfway through, there aren't that many options left, so then I start going slow. Okay. Gunpowder. Oh. Okay, now we gotta be careful with these wolves. Okay, how warm is it? Can we sleep without fire is the big question. We can actually, but we're gonna eat first. So let's eat. Let the boringness begin of eating. Last one wasn't really necessary, I guess, but... Let's see. We can, but it's going to get colder, so I'm going to sleep 2 hours only. It's getting cold. I can still sleep 2 hours. I'm going to sleep as long as I can without having a fire to save fuel. And then we're gonna... Yeah, I can still sleep 2 hours, I'd say. Can we still... We can... Well, it's a little chilly. Let's just be careful. Yeah, we can keep going. We're barely taking any cold damage at all. Let's see. Okay, we're taking 1 degree damage here, but that's okay. I'm still gonna sleep through it. It doesn't really matter. This is why it's important to keep on top of it, though. If you had gotten here and you weren't at full health, then I would maybe consider being a bit more careful and light a fire and sleep for 10 hours to recover some health. Sleep 1 more hour, and then we're going to start the fire and begin the crafting. Now you can actually craft with only 5 pieces of coal, but that assumes that you're able to get the fire going to a high enough level before you enter, or rather insert the coal. So we're going to start a fire with the torch. Do we have any books? I don't think so. We can use this. We have so much of this. Let's just use it. You know. Go. So the forge can only go to, I think it's 80 degrees without coal. So let's just put this in, put some of these in. But we really need coal. If you get it up to 80 degrees, is it 80? Yeah, or is it? I think it's 80. It's the highest you can go without coal. But you need 150 to forge. So you need 4 pieces of coal. Oh, is it 4 then or 5? But anyway, this is easy to put coal in right away. And let's get it. I'm just going to put it to the highest time actually. And now we just wait for this to go up to 150. And counting. There we are, I think that's enough. Yeah, so that should be good enough. We can now forge. But we might as well cook stuff while we're at it. So it takes 44. So we'll start by doing 1 session of these. Alright, this is then cooked. Do this one too. How's that? Yeah, then we can do another one of these. I don't know if I have cloth actually for the for these things. I do have cloth. Okay, good. I couldn't remember. If I didn't have enough cloth, I probably would have harvested something. Let's see. These are better anyway. So this is now taken there. Yeah. Okay, so now one thing is that you might as well make water, because it takes 2 hours at this stage, when this early in cooking, pretty much, to get 2 liters. So then you might as well forge for 2 hours and get some arrowheads. Notice I still have not used my bedroll. And let's make some more, and some more of these. Keep an eye on the fire to make sure it's not burning out. Yeah, very good. Let's eat this. And I think I'd like to make the knife as well. So let's do that now. That takes 3 hours. The water will vaporize doing that. So let's make the knife. Then it'll be easy to harvest things. And you can cut up stuff as well. And now we need to make sure there's enough. Can we put some of this on just to make it last longer? These things are pretty useless anyway. Down. And then I want to make the hatchet as well. They take 5 and I have 1 cloth left. So, but the hatchet is good It will allow me to break down limbs, although the hacksaw does that too. Same with saplings, but also there are certain things, certain furnitures that require a hatchet to break down. But most importantly, you want the hatchet for defense. It's the best weapon in the game for wolf struggles. If you end up in a wolf struggle, always go for the hatchet. It does the most damage. So that's the main reason you want it. So you want to craft that. It's for security and utility.
Feels like night is coming.
There we are. And we still have a little bit of metal left. So we can make more arrowheads, really. Let's see. We got 5 left. We got 12. That's a lot of arrowheads, but we might as well use it. So we can make some more of these. Let's go. I'm just going to do this until the fire burns out, or we're out of resources, pretty much. So we're going to make more water because we can leave it there for future use. If you have a lot of scrap metal, you can always make another set of tools. Let's make one more. To have as backup for when they break, or just have them around bases and stuff. So you could do that. Now we could make more. We got 22 arrowheads. We could make more because we got this. In fact, maybe we just should do that right away, just to get it out of the way. That shouldn't be a reliable metal source, that thing. So we'll put another 2 of those. Let's just cut this down. How are we doing food-wise? This stuff. Let's drop 4 of these. What's this? I think that's good. Let's make some more. We might as well make as many as we can, really. So let's just put some more of these on. Make it burn as long as we can. And some of these. See, it's going to be daytime soon. That's fine, this is how it is. This is why the cattails come in handy. Could go for the Starvation Tactic if I want, but it's not really necessary. We could take a different route back, but I'm not sure how necessary that is. That's enough of that, I think. And let's make the last one. So now we have a lot of arrowheads. Okay, let's just eat now. Some more, we'll sleep. And then we'll head back. I don't think it will have been cured by then, but it will be close. If you need a bed on the way there, you can go to the cave that's heading to Bleak Inlet, and there is a bed in that cave. So that's a way, somewhere to sleep on the way. What way should we take? Should we take the same route back? No, let's take a different route back. We can check for moose spawn while we're at it. And was there any more scrap metal? No. So we are done. We got all that stuff. We could maybe, can we read this? I don't get too tired reading it. We might want to sleep a little bit through this day, and then read, and then sleep, just to utilize the time a bit. Right, so what we might do now is we're going to wait until the night and then sleep again. So we might as well read, you know, this. May have been slightly too long. It just barely didn't finish the last hour. Very annoying. we might be able to level this. Cooking is better to read, but
It's dusk, so I
what
can't
can
be
we
far
do?
behind.
Oh, we got an aurora, which means we can read in the night. Although I'm going to be tired. I can maybe squeeze in another hour here.
I think I need to lay down.
Just barely. Couldn't make it. Alright, so yeah, that's a bit too cold. So we're going to make another fire. And then we'll sleep to the next day. Let's go, fire. Ah, come on. You can do this.
Fire!
We're almost done. I don't really need it. I could have just gone straight back. But the reason we're doing this is just to kill some time. We need to cure the saplings anyway.
Perfect.
Let's see if we can use as many sticks as we can. Because then we can save the coal for future crafting. We could actually break down something. Maybe break down these crates here. Only thing that takes a lot of calories. Nah, it doesn't take that much calories. That's fine. Beautiful, look at this. Gorgeous. Ah, beautiful game.
Just need to close my eyes.
Towers are lighting up. Both of them. You can harvest these, but be careful how many of these you harvest, because suddenly you find yourself not being able to go back up there. All of these, 9 hours, alright. Okay. Let's just eat these. We're running kind of low of these, but it doesn't really matter. Let's also smash this thing open. I haven't found a can opener yet, but that's fine. We got most of that. Can dump this. Let's have a look at cooking actually. That's it. Alright, let's sleep 10 hours. I think that should be fine. This last 9 hours will be fine. Let's do it. Yeah, this is good. How long is left of this? An hour. Okay, we'll sleep until I'm fully rested because I want to run back as well. We'll do some inventory management. Alright. Right, let's see. I didn't lose a lot of calories opening these, so I'm just going to open it. Actually, I didn't realize actually that dog food you don't smash open, because I guess they have one of the lids you open, so that's cool. It's only the cooking ones. We might as well eat this as well then, because it's quite heavy. Yes, I actually did not realize that. I learned something today. I did not realize that dog food has a opener that you just use, and it gives you a can. Presumably has one of those things you just pull, you know, while the other ones require you to actually pull open. Okay, so let's see. We have a bunch of stuff. I'm actually going to read. Am I going to read these? No, I'm not. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave some coal here for future use, like this. So for next time or whatever, we'll come back. And now we're good. We got everything. So let's head back. We're going to go back this way though. I'm going to run just because I can. I want to get there faster. It's midday already. Only issue going this route is that there's more wolves generally. There's one right there, actually. 2 of them right there. They can't actually get to me here. So we could scare them off. See that one? They both kind of ran off. See, he doesn't really know what to do. Why is he coming up here? See. There he ran off. Where'd the other one go? That's the other wolfie. There he is. See if we can hit him on the head. He's not going to be an issue. He's behind me now, so I can just ignore him pretty much. And he won't be able to follow me. Oh, let's go up there. He won't be able to follow me here. Because now I'm out of sight and too far away. I don't think he'll follow me. Oh, what do I know? He actually did follow me. Well, he can do that for a while. There is a cave over there. But I don't really need to. When a wolf is behind you like this, he's not really a threat. If you walk like just casually and he catches up to you, he could charge you and ambush you from the back, but he's unlikely to do so. Okay, here's the moose marking, so the moose and fallen musk is here. The last time this happened, I never found the moose in this area. Eventually the wolf will give up. Now, if you want to get to Bleak Inlet, if you're not sure about the maps, the Bleak Inlet entrance is here. It's to my right, it's there, right there. And if you want to get the Polaroid, because there's very often a Polaroid location at the tower, which is right there. It's a bit foggy right now, but it's right there. The way to get up there is up here. You go up there, up. There's a little path. We don't need to do that. And as you can see with the wolves, they are really not that much of an issue. They're just kind of annoying, following me around. This one's following me all the way from the bunkhouses. And now he gave up. It was too far. A new crowbar, we don't really need that. Look at all this stuff. I'll take this.
Well, this stuff will come in
Wool
handy.
tooth, but it's very badly damaged. And he's heading back. We'll grab some of these cattails.
Man, this pack is getting kind of heavy.
Yeah, if you need to get up to the tower, over there is the entrance that go up there. There's usually always a deer carcass up there too. And sometimes there's a maple growing over there as well. So we're going to continue. Careful with the ice. I have fallen through a few times. If you have the crampons, it will last longer. Right, close to getting back. Here in this little area here, you sometimes find random things like this. There's a tomato soup laying about right here. There's a poachers over there. Or there's a corpse here. There can also be a corpse. There's lots of mushrooms and stuff. Now, some players are very hardcore and they always pick every plant they see. And it's like a cardinal sin to leave some rose hips or whatever behind. But I don't really do it. I harvest them to level up cooking and to stay warm, and then I kind of leave them alone. I'm going to see if I can get this wolf to go run over there. No. Could kill him, but let's just go around. Save the flares. Oh, there's a birch right there. Oh, we don't need it. Second wolf is up there, so let's ignore him too. Head this way. How many do I have? 2 of those. Right? Oh, hold on. Just give me one moment. Alright, I had to pause it a little bit there. I'm back now. Let's just ignore this wolf. There's the bear. Now you can actually use the bear as shield against the wolf. The wolf will not get too close to the bear. I'm not sure about the exact range, but eventually he will just run away. We can actually test it a little bit. Get him closer. Yeah, see, now he ran away. That was too close. And we can run back. We can sleep the night. And then we can craft arrows, and then we can hunt. And if we can, I'd like to kill a bear, but we might not be able to. We'll see. Depends what's nearby. But as you can see, the wolves haven't really been any issue at all. Because you just avoid them. Just go around. Have them in your back. They just won't really be much of an issue. And as you can see, we're already day 8 or 9. And we're warm, walking about, or at least barely cold. We got the flare gun, we got the hammer. If we hadn't found, we found 2 hammers, we found one in Trappers as well. So if we hadn't found the one in Ravine, we would have found one in Mystery Lake. If we hadn't found a hacksaw under the stairs in the dam, we probably would have found one elsewhere in the dam. And if not, we would have found one in Fallen Muskeg. And even if you don't find any of these things, you just keep going until you eventually find it. Just keep searching and focus on high-end loot locations. And there are some exceptions here and there. There are certain places that a hacksaw and a hammer and stuff can spawn that isn't a high-end loot location. Like it'll be in a car or something like that. But for the most part, they will spawn in these main locations. Trapper's Cabin, Camp Office, the Dam, Spencer's Farm, bunkhouses, maintenance yard, blah blah. All the big places. They're the ones that have the locations, have the loot. Sorry. So you not every region will have the tools, but usually every region has at least one high quality tool like hammer or hacksaw or something like that. Let's go this way and hopefully won't be attacked by the wolf. Let's see. Okay, let's be a little bit careful here. So be a little bit careful of this wolf patrolling. Where's the wolf? There's usually a wolf around here. Not there either. So I'm really curious if the bear spawns there or not. I didn't see him at the unnamed pond at all. I guess, yeah. Not moose though, because moose is by the unnamed pond, so not gonna be a moose spawn here. Let's see. Okay. Let's get inside if they want. Give me 1 second. Okay, we are home. Let's see how this is doing. Yeah, about 2 to 3, 4. That's why 4. And same here, really. We could make arrows though in the next day, which is great. I'm gonna read these now that I'm back here. Yeah, that's done. Carcass housing level. That's not really that important because you're going to level carcass housing really fast. What you need to level is cooking really fast, as fast as possible. So a lot of these, you want to get cooking to level 5 as soon as you can. Only level 2, but with all the teeth I picked up, I can easily get level 3. But you should get level 5 quickly. And archery is the other one to get to level 5, just because it allows you to crouch. You also do more damage, there's less durability loss and all that stuff. It's not too hard because you level archery by crafting arrows as well. So those are really the 2 skills you need to. The other ones, they'll just come naturally. You know. And let's have a look outside if there are any rabbits or anything. Hey, rabbits. Fun fact, you can't kill rabbits with the flare gun. They are actually immune, they'll just get stuck on them. Usually there are rabbits here, but they are missing. That is weird. Oh well. Let's go back in, then we're not going to have any risk of cabin fever because we've been outdoors pretty much the entire game. Let's see, let's do some inventory follow-up then. Do we have any books? We do have books, so we can read archery books while we wait.
Man, I could eat anything.
Probably. Oh come on! I'm being really unlucky with this stuff. Let's eat this. Do we have any more dog food? I don't think we do we? No. So then we'll eat these. And if necessary, we'll cook the cans and eat those. I don't know if that'll be necessary, to be honest. There's a load of cattails left to find, so I'm not worried about running out of these things. let's read another hour of this. I don't
I'm gonna need to rest.
think we can maybe do 1 more hour, and then it'll be too dark. Yeah, but now I won't. It will stop. Yeah. So let's sleep. 10 hours. Daylight is up. We could just finish the book actually, because it's only 2 hours. Let's just finish this book. Drop that, and we level a bit of archery, which is great. And now these should be cured. Yes, they are. Let's make some arrows then. So we need to start by making shafts. Let's also grab, actually we need the toolkit. Now unfortunately we have not found high quality tools yet, only simple tools.
Sure, I can carry much more.
So we can't create arrows the fastest way possible, but that's okay. We'll make them as good as we can. So make these shafts so we can get some arrows going. Okay. Now we can make simple arrows. This should also level us. I might have to make some food. We're kind of running out of these cattail stalks. Let's see. Yeah, we're running out of these, but that's okay. What are you doing with that? 10, that's fine. Yeah, we need to repair things there as well. But this needs to be repaired for sure. I don't suppose we have any more cloth, do we? No. Let me put that. Actually, this, you can harvest these. Only gives 1, we used 4, wow. Let me see if I can repair this. Can, nice. Let me put that in there. We can harvest this. Drink. Let's make some more arrows. Oh shit, I made some by hand there. I didn't mean to do that. That's alright though. I don't think we can maybe make 1 more. And then I think okay, we leveled level 2 archery without firing an arrow. And I think even though I don't have a can opener, I'm actually going to cook these now. Because I'd like to have the food.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
I'd like to have the food, and you know, the loss of calories is one thing, but it's not that big a deal because there's plenty more. I mean, we looted most of DP, most of Coastal Highway, and you know, some bits and bobs here and there. There's loads more to be found of those things.
Perfect.
So we're just gonna cook it now for pretty much just the levels and the calories, really. How many of these torches do I have? Enough. And we're going to just cook them next to the fire here. We'll cook all of them. You can cook items next to a fire like this. You can't do it with water, but you can do it with cans, ironically. It takes a little while to get them open. We'll level some cooking while we're at it. How's this looking? 6 minutes. Just keep piling up with stuff. Cooking all of it at once. This should level cooking quite a bit as well. We'll reduce carry weight, and we got some more food. Look at this fiesta of food. It's all cooking. There we go. Screenshot of that. That's done. It's done. 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 That's what we're waiting for. Let's make some more water. Some birch too. I'll just eat one of these. We don't really need to. It's just to get the calories, really. There we are. Let's just make some of these teas. Should level some more cooking. We can take these out now. I don't actually know if this brings enough light for crafting. Might be too far away. Just do this and put on let's just see what happens if I do this. Can I actually craft with this type of light? Yeah, you can. That's good enough then. What? Oh, it's expired just before. Come on.
The pack is getting kind of heavy.
That's funny. Alright, so these, they actually did not lose any calories. Ah, you know, I'm stupid. Is it because I have the knife? Yeah, it is. I didn't really think of that, but yeah, the knife, of course, is a makeshift can opener, so it opens these, so there's no calorie loss anymore. That's why it didn't say smashing. And that's why the dog food also didn't lose. Oh, yeah. So that was a little detail I didn't actually think of. whether you're using the knife for that. Okay, well that's fine. Let's eat this. And then we'll eat tomato soup stuff, because it has liquid in it. Yeah, so we're doing fine then with food. Alright, let's sleep another 10 hours. We can get this crafting show on the road. How's this looking? Very close. Let's make some more arrows. I think the next day, or maybe this evening, we can make the bow itself. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think it has to be the next day, actually.
I could eat a horse.
Right, let's eat some more stuff then. Let's eat these heavy things. These are quite heavy. $300 calories, not a lot. At least you cook it. We need another arrow shaft if we're gonna make more. I need to polish this knife as well. Oh, we don't have enough crow feathers. Oh, okay. We're out of crow feathers. That's fine. Let's put these back in here. We're gonna just put it in here now. That's arrow shaft. Put those in here. Put these in here too. And we don't only need to carry one of these. We don't need to carry... Oh, I should have left this hammer there. Whoops. Yeah, I should have left that hammer in the forge, but I just didn't think of it. But it's better. Leave the hammer in the forge. This is just to get rid of them. It's actually surprising you can't break these down, you know. So I usually carry one of these small ones and one of these big ones with me. And what else can we leave behind? Tools we can leave behind. I don't want to carry this around. Yeah. Then we can stay here, I guess. Yeah. Let's actually harvest this. And repair those gloves. Nice. And we might as well craft, you know, these things. How's this looking? Okay, next day we can do it. Hold on, am I actually carrying guts? No, didn't I harvest guts from the deer? I guess I didn't. But I did. Oh, that's fine. Let's do this. This. All this is harvested to be cooked. And then we also want to polish this. So there's actually a sharpening skill which is kind of pointless, but it is there. It's also a repair skill, or at least there used to be. And I think there's a firearm cleaning skill too. It's kind of like secondary skills that are kind of pointless, but what they do is they increase the amount you repair. So it's like sharpening condition is 4%, and as you level it up, it will be 5%. That's pretty much all it does. I've been using the knife to carve the saplings into arrows, and also been smashing the cans. So you see, like, there are all sorts of details in this game. Even me, who's played this game for years now, I make tutorials, and I feel I know almost everything about the game. Every now and then I learn something new. Like, it's not long ago since I learned that you actually burn more calories going uphill. I just noticed it on the meter. And today I learned that you can use the knife as a can opener. I didn't actually realize that if you have cans and knife, you will use the knife to break open the can. I didn't think. I did think it was weird when I earlier broke the dog food out and it didn't actually do anything. I was like, why is that not? I thought that was weird, but I thought maybe they had a handle on this, never noticed, but actually it was just. It was just a knife doing it. Let's see, for 7 hours, and then I think we can craft the bow. The bow takes, I think it's 3 hours it takes to craft. I could make more water. I do kind of need more water, actually. That's alright, I can wait also. Alright, time to make the bow. Because now the maple is cured. Alright, let's see. Maple is cured. And let's get the guts. Where's the other one? There is the other, there, 2. So let's do that. So I will bow. Oh, okay, it takes that long. Oh, that's fine, let's do it. So it took actually a few days here in the house to do it. But now, ta-da, we have the bow. So you see, so we are now, that was actually on day 12. This is, yeah, day 12. But you see, it takes a while. You need to find the tools, and you need to harvest saplings and guts, and this all needs to be cured. And here it was pretty good. I couldn't have done it that much faster. Like, if I had found saplings and tools earlier, I could have harvested some on the way. But even then, like, because I spawned at the forge, it wasn't that much faster it could be done, really. I think this is fine. Let's eat this. And we're going to go hunting right away, because we need more food. We don't have much water, but that's okay, we can make water. Let's leave some of these teas, so we don't need to carry all this stuff with us. Don't need this thing. Yeah, nice and light now. Don't need all these things, so let's just leave those. We can drop one more, I guess. We can repair some things, but I can wait as well. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good. And archer, actually, we're not at that. So, what we want to do now is, it's still good time. Got some wood. More would be better. We have water here. Unsafe, okay. We're gonna go find now something to kill. Deer is best. We could kill a bear if we see a bear, because we can get the hide and we can cook its meat, but it will give parasite infection risk, which is not great. And this therefore may not even be a good base because there's no moose or anything here. So what we're going to do is, birds are flying. Let's see if the weather changes. There was a deer here, but it left. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to check to see if there is a deer over here. And if not, we're going to go back to the pond and see if there's a deer there. There is a deer. Okay, when you're level 5 archery, it's pretty easy to hunt the deer. because you can just crouch like this. Of course, now you can't do that. You can't crouch and shoot because you're not high enough. But you can still crouch to get close to it. So what you can do is you can crouch until you get close. And when you're close, you stand up and then you shoot. So we're going to try and do that. So what we're going to do, we're going to get as close as we can. And then you try to shoot him in the neck or face. And then he will go down. And if not, we have to track him down. Now the wolf is out. But if we kill it, and the wolf is nearby, the wolf will smell the kill. And he'll come running towards us. I could shoot him now, his back is turned. But it's very likely I hit him in his bum. And then he won't die. He will just run away. Okay, so what we're going to do is wait for him to turn around. He will do this little patrol thing. He walks for a bit, and then he'll stop. And when he stops, that's when we're going to strike. Okay, he's going to do that. And now we're going to get up and shoot him. There you go. He doesn't have time to react. Just aim a little. Remember that the aim reticle also moves, so you just aim a little bit under his head, and you get up, and you shoot him right away. Doesn't matter what archery skill you are. Let's click on the carcass, and it will loot the arrow. Now, is the wolf about? Okay, he did not actually come over here. Okay, good. Now, how cold are we? Not that cold, actually. We're going to have this out, and we're going to try and harvest as much as we can. So I might have to make a fire here. Okay, now I can smell me. No? I can't. 3 degrees. For lucky... I think we're gonna just make a fire right away here. No, actually, we're not that cold. So let's just keep harvesting some bits. Most important is the meat. We're dropping it because then the wolf will not be able to smell us. Let's keep harvesting these. Barely getting cold. You'll see if I pick all of these up now, he will be able to smell me. See, now he's coming towards me, he smelled me. But if I drop them, he stops. That's why you drop them. Let's see here. Let's keep picking this up. We're getting cold, but it's fine. And now it's getting colder. Now we can make a fire. We don't have much material, but we have some.
Starting to feel numb.
So we'll start a fire. So now we are more or less self-sustainable. We have a bow. The only issue is that we can't really eat wolf and bear meat. Oh, well, we can, but it has a risk of giving parasites. So until we're cooking level 5, we really need to focus on eating deer meat. Moose would be great if we can find that. You want to level it as much as you can with books and teas and meat and all sorts of stuff. Do that. Let's do this, and let's put some water on here too. Don't have that much fuel, but that's okay, we'll have to do. Let's grab this again. Do this. Alright. Let's grab this by hand so we don't use durability. And I need the guts as well. Let's eat this. Let's cook this other one too. Yeah, now the guts go faster because we have a knife. I'm gonna use that's one of the great things about knives, because guts take forever to harvest with everything other than knives. Alright, we need more wood, really. We can grab some wood up here. And now we can start considering getting rabbits, because rabbits will be good for the hat and the gloves. So now we can start getting rabbits when we see them. Not a lot of sticks up here. Usually there's more. You can also kill wolves with a wolf coat if you want. Oh, there's really not a lot of sticks up here at all. Usually there's way more. You know, blown away. Huh. How weird. Alright. You can shoot the rabbits with the bow just to level up the skill if you want. I don't personally think that's worth it, but that's just me. I think just do this instead. Now this may trigger the wolf to come here. Yeah, he's... smelled that. Wolves can smell a kill. If you do it close enough to them, they'll stalk the kill. He is kind of out of reach now, but it's just barely. Where did the rabbit go? The meat is not really worth much, but we want the pelts. He smelled this as well. And now he's turning back. That's done. That's done. We don't really have much more, so I'm going to actually take this. And if the wolf comes after me, then we just have to kill him. There he is now. So
I'm not sure I
I'm
can
gonna
carry
take
this
this
far.
route here. Didn't actually check the feathers, but that's okay. Yeah, now we are pretty much done with this. From here on, it's just hunt more food, cook it, get the materials to craft the deer skin, get the materials for wolf coat, bear coat, the moose satchel,
Oh, it's getting
the
dark out here.
rabbit gloves,
Shelter.
and the hat. That will take a little while to do, and then you just start exploring the world, you know, head for the summit, get all the better loot. Like the clothing we have is fairly bad. We got this one, no sorry, this one, which is pretty good. We got these two that are great, this is alright. The rest isn't amazing, so there's still a lot of clothing things to do here. Let's see. The meat, that we'll take with us. So the meat, the fresh meat, I'm going to leave all of that out here. This one will take it. Because we want to cook it outside if we can. This I'm going to take inside, and this I'm going to take inside. We'll have another look to see if the moose or bear has spawned, because you might want to kill the bear, regardless of whether you can eat the meat yet. Just for the cooking amount. Let's see if we can drop this. Drop these. This rather. And then we can harvest these while we're at it. So I very often actually harvest these by hand. It doesn't take that long. And you save the durability. So I often do end up doing exactly that. But it depends what you're up to. I don't really care about a little damage if I'm going to sleep anyway. This is a C I'm doing. So we got some more guts. And we got a couple of rabbits curing. And we're on our way. Before I call it, I will check to see if there is a moose or something. Go. Okay. We got a lot of those. Let's see if this is one. Alright. Yeah, we don't really care about that. Let's see if we can find the moose or bear. We got stuff curing, we got food outside. I need some more wood, actually. Oh, that's... we got quite a bit of food. Just get some wood and we can cook this. It's like really like heavy snow. I'm gonna go check here though. You can get coal in the mine that's over there. So coal isn't much of an issue, really. The milking cave will have coal. But we just want regular wood, really, to have a fire burning to cook the meat. So we're just going to do that. If it's not too cold, we can cut down some wood, but we ain't going to do that. There's usually a corpse, and yeah, a deer. I think it was ambience, I think. Alright, there is a deer down here and a corpse. Okay. Even though we have the bow, we're gonna walk with the flare gun out. And we'll get some more feathers here. I don't think I'm gonna harvest this. But we'll get the feathers. There's a deer. I might kill that there. But before I do, we're going to check to see if the bear or moose is here. So if it is, that will be a good kill. We'll grab all the sticks that we find. Not too worried about cold. You will shake a little bit if you're cold. It's not a big deal.
Damn, I'm freezing.
It used to be worse. When they first introduced this shaking, it was really bad. It was really hard to hit anything, but it wasn't possible, of course. Ooh. Doesn't look like there's a bear here. Let's see if the moose is there. Because if it is, we can get a lot of meat and we can get a satchel. So let's see if it's here. If it's not, we'll kill the deer on the way back. And you know, then I would probably loot Milton and then I'd go for more deer and then I start moving into other areas. I don't see any moose, but let's get this rabbit. No moose. No bear. So the bear is probably then probably on Mystery Lake. Might be by the logging camp up there. That's the wolf. He's coming for me. We'll take this opportunity to kill a wolf. Killing wolves is not difficult. If you have to kill the wolf anyway, it's very easy. The way you have to do it is to get the wolf to walk into your aim. Don't try and shoot the wolf as it's running around. You'll just miss and it'll get you. Instead, force it to go into your aim, so where you are aiming. The way to do that is to just match its movements. If it runs to the right, you go to the right, so that it's always going towards you. So just do it like once you trigger the aim on the wolf, it will start charging. And then you just follow its movements like this. He goes to the right, I go to the right. The left, he goes towards me, and boom. He's walking into my shot. Now this is predator meat, but we might want to harvest it anyway. Because we want the wolf hide for the jacket. We want the guts. And also it is meat to cook that we can't eat, but we can eat it later and we can level up cooking. Well, you can eat it, but I would highly recommend don't eat more than 2 pieces of predator meat per day. Otherwise you run the risk of getting parasites. It's still cold, but how cold is it? More feathers, that's great. This is pretty cold. We can probably get the meat though. How long will that take? It takes a little while. It's too cold. We can get the guts probably. 1 gut. Yeah, it's too cold. What we'll do is we'll harvest the rabbits in here. When it's windy, we'll make a little fire. Let's get some wood here actually as well. Let's get some cloth for Rata for repairs. And let's harvest the bunny as well. Better to use a knife there really, but that's okay. Let's see what it's like outside now.
God, I could eat a horse.
It's about the same really. Could maybe start a fire in this, but it's a little bit too windy in my opinion. I think I'd rather wait a little bit longer. Maybe we can grab some cloth or something. Let's craft some tinder here.
I'm starving.
Yeah, we know. It's probably the same, but let's have a look. We don't have to harvest this wolf, but it's the same. Not as cold though. I think this might actually work, but what we're going to do is we'll do this. Too windy, okay. Grab sticks. I would like the wolf. Like here it's not too bad actually. See if we can harvest some of this. Still doing it. If this wind would stop, it'd be fantastic. Hear that? There are 3 stinks on me now. No one in sight though. This wind is annoying. Oh, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a fire here.
It's so cold. I just want to lay down for a bit.
Sweet Elm Street. Go. Make a fire. And we'll cook the rabbit, and we'll cook some wolf meat while we're at it. Warm up a little bit.
Think about his food.
Yeah, put that there. Some of that. Put this. Yeah. Put that. There we are. Let's do this. Yeah, no moose. Might be too early for moose. Takes 40 minutes. This takes what? 15. Okay, let's get that first. Feed this. We'll cook this even though it's not really edible as such, but I might want to save those because I might eat wolf meat, in which case it's nice to be safe. Alright, this is that. Oh, the wind turned also, I think. Yeah, it did. We're just going to take this. Start heading back. And I'll probably kill this deer on the way back too. I want all the stuff I can get. I want to get some more sticks. Some more wood. If the wood would... if the wind would die down, that would be fab. to probably attract a wolf from up there. There's usually a wolf there. I haven't seen the bears yet, so I think the bear is up by the logging camp and also Mystery Lake, most likely. The moose we just have to look for. And that's the invisible lichen there. There's more cattails, but we don't need that right now. And there's often rabbits there as well. Let's look for the rabbits. Can't actually see any. That's okay though. This wind is no, it has the rabbit. Okay. Oops. I missed. Ah, damn. There's two of them.
I need to find some place to escape this cold.
And now it's easy because now he's pretty much facing me. So I can just do this. There's the deer. I'm going to leave the other rabbit for now.
I wonder if I can drop
Back
any of
for
this
later.
here.
Okay, we're against the wind, so that means also it's shorter detection range, I believe. Let's try and stay behind line of sight. And then we'll do what we did last time. Right, crouch up to him. Get as close as we can. And then you stand up and shoot. And then he's dead.
Wait.
Oh, this will be a great spot because he's in cover for the wind. But he's kind of in the way. We can probably get him here. Yeah. Yeah, I got him.
You can eat anything.
Actually, he's a little bit further than I thought he was. That's okay. We're gonna start a fire here. And we'll just see how this goes. So I'm using another match now, unfortunately, but it's okay. It is what it is. If the wind turns, it turns.
One little fire.
Let's
Today.
put some of these in. And we'll put this back to boil. And yeah, let's just put one of these to cook. Yeah, we can actually... we're just outside of reach. That's unfortunate. Okay, let's just warm up a little bit. I'll try. Let's just get some of this. Oh, we're very close to losing well fed here. So let's eat a couple of these. This is why you should always have a few cattails in backup. So did that blow out? It shouldn't. It should be protected here. Okay. The wind is not hitting it. What? That's annoying. Doesn't look like it's being hit.
Damn, I'm freezing.
Fine. This should be covered. There we are. Hey. Didn't look like it was out of the wind. Out in the wind,
Come on,
rather.
little fire.
Oh, it's okay though, you can just do
Why
this.
didn't that work?
We don't need to do it this way, it's just... Oh, come on. It's convenient. Come on, you can do it. Come on. Come on.
Come on, little fire. Come on.
Alright, let's just throw this thing away. Alright, let's put some more sticks in here. Let's just move this over here. That got boiled, so that's fine. Let's just do this. That was probably a bit long, but that's okay. Let's go grab some of these sticks. Sticks and life.
Jeez, this is cold.
There is a wolf in the area that could approach me, but I think it'd be right. Alright, now let's cook this. I'll have to see and hope this works out. Let's harvest this while we're at it.
Oh, I'm starving.
Let's see one of these. Should be fine. 4 minutes.
Gotta warm up somehow.
It doesn't matter if I get a little cold.
The sun is setting. It'll be a lot colder soon.
The wind actually changed again, I think. But it's okay. There we are. We've kept well fed. I'm actually going to just wait to warm up a bit. This wind is really annoying. But it's fine. Worst case, we'll come back for it later. Didn't turn, it did turn.
Man, this pack is getting kind of heavy.
We can cook it inside, I suppose. I don't want this stuff though. I'm gonna take the meat. Oh, this is gonna hurt if I do that. How cold am I? How long is it gonna take to get the rest? Okay, I'm gonna just tank some cold damage here because I want as much meat as possible. Yeah, I can do another kilo.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
We can do probably another kilo. Taking a lot of damage, but that's okay. I think I'm gonna leave the last kilo of meat. Nah.
Oh, so cold.
Nah, we'll leave that. Let's get home.
Resting.
And of course the wind is against us, which is annoying. But even though we didn't find a moose, nor did we find a bear, we have killed 2 deer and a wolf and some rabbits. So we're getting the supplies, you know, getting the meat, and we're getting the hides that we need, and also some material. So this is good. It's a good start. Let's head out. Now, of course, the wind died down. And now I could have stayed there. But that's alright. We'll head back. How much wood do I have? Not a lot. We need more wood. Also just to be able to cook the stuff. So we'll do that as well. And there it is, there's a fatigue. Oh, some more sticks. They'll probably respawn in the wind. Well, we'll sleep first and then we'll cook it. And now the rabbits are out. 3 rabbits. That's great. How long does it take to break this down? No, that's fine. Ah, it's an Aurora. If that's the case, I might cook it right now. Because the Aurora is not going to become windy and what have you. So we'll start a fire here. And we'll cook some of this stuff. Oh, come on. Messing with me a lot.
Come on, little fire.
There we are. Let's put on some sticks. Just cook this stuff really. Not too worried about anything else. Got some cloth. Is there anything we can repair while we wait? Yeah, we can repair these. The rabbits need to be harvested, yeah. We got water for now, so it's just this. I don't really care about the fatigue at the moment. I just want to cook this stuff. There's actually getting to be some wind, but that's alright.
God, I did anything right about now.
There's the wind. Almost left us 13, that might actually be enough. Yeah. Alright, so we got some of that cooked. We got some more to cook here, like that. Got some rabbits to cook there. Some wolf to cook there. And we'll actually put this wolf meat down. And it's good enough for me. So I wasted some matches there because of the fire and the wind. I think I spent 3 matches doing that, which was a little wasteful. Could have just waited and done later. But well, I have a lot of matches. We can actually, now we could grab something. We got 2 of these. Now we will soon make that. And we have a wolf pelt as well. So yeah, look at that. Let's sleep. And do a sit rep in the morning. Let's eat some deer meat. Get some of this. And we'll sleep 10 hours. And we should be back for pretty decent health. So, there we are. We can eat another of these. Drink. We can actually do a repair of this quickly. Come on, one more time. Now we could go back and get those books, for example. Let's put the feathers in here. We can actually make more arrows now if we want. Yeah. So yeah. And now we're actually looking really now. This is the self-sustainable phase. And the game is really beginning and is much easier now in Interloper. Oh, it's actually warm now in the morning. Really? That can't be right, I was going to say. So as you can see, we got quite a lot of venison to cook still, but this will sustain us for a few days. If you do starvation tactics, it will sustain it for like a week and a bit. But you know, we eat 3 of these per day probably. We got a few rabbits as well, and some wolf in case of emergency. There's some more rabbits up there. There's a wolf, and they're over there, and some more deer. So now, what would happen would be that while this stuff is curing, I might go around and loot the rest of Mystery Lake. And while I'm doing it, I would kill deer to get some deer meat, and also level cooking further to get this as fast as possible to level 5 really. Can kill a bear if we see it, just to start getting those pelts, and also lots of meat to cook. But only eat the bear and wolf meat if you have to, because it can give parasites, so it's a risk, so try and avoid that. But look for deer and look for moose, and get that moose satchel as soon as you can for more carry capacity. So if this was my run now, I would probably loot the rest of Mystery Lake and get deer, and after that I probably would actually head to the summit now that I have the bedroll. So I would probably head for the summit and get all the loot there. And if I find moose on the way, I would kill a moose. And then I would probably go to Ash Canyon afterwards as well to get the technical backpack. And from that moment on, it's just really about looting more of the world, going around looting stuff, finding better gear, especially clothing, because most of this needs to be upgraded. Of course, eventually these things will be replaced by animal stuff. But, you know, you can find better things here. Fishermen, like fin wool sweaters. You can find better here, better here. You can find air wraps. There's a lot of stuff we can improve here. And you just need to level cooking really, especially, and also archery where you can. And now we have the bow. We have the flare gun. We're really well off. There's not really any threats. So now it's just about looting the world and improving your condition. So I would go, you might loot Mystery Lake first to get some more deer and maybe get some more hides and things for different animals that can lay here and cure, so that when I come back there'll be lots of hides. So for example, I could go around Mystery Lake and loot what's left, find a mag lens, kill some more deer, kill some more wolves, kill some more rabbits, maybe kill a bear if I see one, just to get the cooking and the hides, and then leave all of it to cure here in the cabin. And then after that, I would probably head to Timberwolf Mountain to Summit, get all the loot there, see if I can get some good clothing, some good equipment. Probably I would actually go to Ash Canyon first. I would go to Ash Canyon to get a technical backpack and loot some things here and there, and then head to Timberwolf Mountain on the way back, so I can loot the summit and then climb down into the slope down to Mountaineer's Hut. And then after that, I would probably, if I see a moose, I would kill the moose, and I would harvest it and cook all the meat and get the hide. But then once that's done, I would probably take the hide with me and make my way back here to Mystery Lake. And once all these things are cured, I would then start crafting the different materials, the deerskin boots, deerskin pants, rabbit skin hat, rabbit skin mittens, woolskin coat if I have enough. Bearskin coat is even better, but that's going to take a little while to get enough bear. And of course the moose hide satchel once you have that. And then once you've had that, you starting by then you'll have quite a bit of gear. You'll still have your bow, possibly your flare gun. And then it's just about roaming the world. So then you start looting, you go to new regions, you loot, you explore, you make yourself self-sustainable in every region of the game. And that's about it, really. A lot of people avoid Bleak Inlet altogether and don't even go to the cannery, but you could go there because the good thing about the cannery, it allows you to repair tools using scrap metal. Yeah, as long as the Aurora is on. Other than that, it's a bit of a tough place. So yeah, that's what would be, that would be what I would do now, and that would take quite a long time. By the time you've gone to loot Mystery Lake and then gone to Ash Canyon and Timberwolf Mountain and come back and craft, it's probably going to be close to day 50 or so. But by then you'll be also very hardened, lots of gear, your skills will be higher, and you probably can eat predator meat by then, or maybe close to it if not. So yeah, so that would be, then you'll be a strong survivor by then. So yeah, okay, so that was the walkthrough then. I think we can leave it here, because from here on, like I said, that's just the plan I would do, but you can do whatever you want, of course. But this was a video from scratch, from starting in Interloper. In this case, it was Desolation Point. Made our way here to Mystery Lake, found all the tools, went to full musket, crafted, got the bow, got the flare gun, and we got hides, we got food. We are perfectly self-sustainable. If I decided to stay here in Trapper's Cabin now, assuming I get enough wood to cook stuff, which isn't hard, I could probably just live here now for like a week if I wanted to. So I'm perfectly fine surviving from this point on. And in addition to having the bow, you can just go and hunt stuff. So this was just a tutorial. We only really went through 3 or 4 regions, and that was it. But we started from nothing. And this is how you should do it. As you saw, it wasn't really much struggle. There was a close encounter with a wolf and a bear. There were a few little tricky bits with wind and cooking there at the end for shooting. A little bit tricky to find maple and birch in the beginning, but we found some, and we found the hammer and hacksaw. But there weren't any like real big struggles. You just spawn somewhere, loot the main areas, and keep moving. Find clothing, find food, find tools, move from area to area. Don't stay put and make some sort of base. You're not going to survive, because your first priority is to make the bow. You have to get the bow made. Now, it is possible to survive on Interloper without the bow, without any weapons. It's just a lot harder, but it is possible. But your priority really should be to get the bow. So you want to keep moving from location to location, find food to survive, make water if you can. If not, get water from toilets. Find clothing, find tools. Keep looking until you have the hammer. Find a hacksaw as well. Perfect. Then you can cut saplings. You can cut down metal for more scrap. But you don't have to have the hacksaw, because you can create the hatchet with the metal you find. Between the metal you find in like the dam and around here and there, and also in Fallen Musket, you should have enough to make the hatchet and a few arrows at least. But it's better if you find a hacksaw as well. And then once you have those things, bedroll helps a lot too. But as you saw, even though I found the bedroll on day one, I never used it. Just go from bed to bed to bed. Keep moving, keep looting, find those tools, and once you have those tools, make your way to a forge, the one that's closest to you. If you want to forge inside, go to Desolation Point or Broken Railroad. Outside, then go to Fallen Musket, which is usually where people go. Craft those tools, craft those arrows, and once you have it, it's just hunting. Get those deer, crouch up to them and ambush them, or take them out from afar. If you kill a wolf, try to avoid eating the meat, but if you have to, you can, but at least you get the guts and hide. Remember that they are really not a threat to you. Just avoid them. If you have fire, scare them off. If they charge you with the flare gun, shoot them away. If you charge with the bow, just guide them into your shot and shoot them in the face. And just survive. So yeah, I know this video is quite different. I usually make edited videos, and I usually don't send stream stuff. But I thought I'd make a proper walkthrough from day one, what it's like to do Interloper from start to finish without any real big struggles. And as you saw, I went for well fed for day one. So I know this was really long, but I hope it was nevertheless useful. I'm happy to start new Interloper runs when I stream. Well, I don't stream that often these days, but if I do, happy to start new ones and do it differently or different location, and give all sorts of tips. Anyway, I hope you found this useful. This was a fairly clean, a little bit lucky in the beginning here and there. I didn't utilize all that luck to make it a bit harder, but it was a fairly clean Interloper day 1 to 12 type run where you survive, go for well fed right away. And I was being very liberal also with food. There was a lot of food that I didn't pick up, like I didn't harvest all the carcasses, didn't pick up all the teas, and there was a lot of stuff I did avoid just to do it faster. So if you did this, you should be just fine, and just take your time step by step. So I hope you found this useful. I hope it was not too boring. If you do want more of this stuff, let me know. I probably can make it, but you know, that's up to you. But I hope this was interesting to view, because the tutorials are more like, you know, simple tips. They don't show you always how to do it in a real run. So hopefully this was helpful. And if you want to see more of it and not from me, just check out the amazing Long Dark community. There's loads of streamers who start new Interloper runs all the time. Feel free to check any of them out. Okay, well, thank you. With that, let's turn this off and hope you had a good time. If you were one of the people who was sleeping through this video, that may have woke you up. If so, sorry about that. Go back to sleep. It's no big deal. Okay. Bye.